13th jurors. Hello. It is good to see y'all. I am excited to be here. I'm tired, y'all. I am so tired. I have been down um like every rabbit hole, it's been an adventure, y'all. This is one of those that a lot of the trials will always give us information like in bits and pieces, and then me, I like to put it all together into one place and see the big picture. But this one is so complex because there's so many, like, with the touring and all of the social media and all of the, everybody and their mama has, like, 5 different versions of social media, and they talk in code and they don't use punctuation, and they're always traveling and trying to compare layer in all of the social media plus all of the stuff that we've been given in court and all that, trying to see it all together, trying to go through 14 days of everything and get timestamps and just everything. It has been crazy, but I have started to see some patterns and see some stuff that's really interesting. So I won't go and tell y'all. This is a family show. And we keep it clean normally. But these fellas don't have that same mindset. So there are going to be cursey words. I do not have the time and manpower to like filter them out of the stuff I'm going to show y'all, because we're going to look at their social media. We're going to look at some other things. Remember the video where we heard, I think it was Goon, one of the Bloods members, Goon, messaged him. And I know that Alyssa Kay and I were both like a dog with a bone. Like, what does that mean? What does this mean? Could this be a possible other person? Could it be a possible motive? Like, what, if like he's, saying wild stuff, on Instagram Live or whatever. And it took me a while. But I found the video, and I have pretty much verified. I'm 99% sure that it's from that night. Oh, thank you. Yes, my new table came. I actually have a new desk too that matches it. And my son came and put it together for me last night. But then I did not actually get out of my desk long enough to swap the computer over. So I have a brand new desk over there just sitting there because I have been at this computer all night. But that is because I am taking the entire weekend off. It's my friend's birthday, and I wanted to get a lot of the stuff done. So, and then I started going down rabbit holes, and I just couldn't stop. And I know that I'm a nut job, but that's okay. Okay, so let's talk about this video, because we're going to go down the timeline, but I want to tell y'all about this video because I want to let y'all know. Whoever screen recorded it, the first part is cut off. This is about 15 minutes, the last 15 minutes. And I don't know how long it goes. He is, he's tore up from the floor up, y'all. And you can tell that, he's like drinking, whatever he's drinking in his bottle, and he's talking, and he's getting, I understand what they're saying now when they say he's talking crazy. But there's a lot of, it's about 14 minutes. And if y'all are easily offended, I wouldn't watch it, but I can see what they mean when they say, that he was talking crazy. He talks a lot about the G-Shine stuff. He uses some derogatory terms about pretty much anybody that there's derogatory terms about. He is not I don't even know. You'll just have to see. It's just, if you're easily offended, you might want to tune out for that 14 minutes or mute it or something, because it's interesting. So when I found it, let me show y'all this. This is my level of psycho. Let me pull this up. So y'all know that I don't like to share anything unless I can verify. Like, I want to know that it's fact, And so I looked everywhere for this video. And I've watched some videos of him, and I would find, because none of it's dated. When it's live, it just says, live, or it says, 2 hours ago or whatever. But there's nothing that gives you an actual date on there. So I'm watching all of these, having to use context clues to figure out, whatever. And so with some of them I was watching, he was acting like a wild man, or, and some of them are a weirdo, and some of them are angry, and some of them are, like he had, whatever mood he was going for in the moment. But, so I was like, well, maybe this could be it. Sorry, I'm stretching a lot. My back hurts, y'all. So I was like, maybe this could be it. But then, I was narrowing stuff down as I went, and then I found one, and I was like, this could be it, because he's talking crazy. So, I'm going to show y'all something. This is kind of funny. Let me share my screen. So this is a screenshot that I took from it when I was watching it. So if y'all have ever been to Atlanta, or if you've ever been to an Embassy Suites, they have one in Atlanta, which is how I recognize this. They all have that interior where it's like this big, like, atrium type thing. So like there's, you walk out of the hotel rooms, and it's, there's like a big opening. So it's they're all kind of like that, but they all look different. So I was like, that looks like an Embassy Suites. So I go to the timeline, because I looked to see when they said that he was, talking crazy. And so I figured out that date. I looked to see his most recent text, where he said he was going to a show, and he said he was in Chicago. So I was like, perfect. So I look up Embassy Suites in Chicago, and there's 3 of them. So I pull them up, and I pull up on the website, I pull up the interior pictures, and none of them, or the first 2 that I looked at, did not look the same at all. But then I saw this one. So I was like, okay, well, that doesn't really look the same, because that looks like it's more, whatever. And then I noticed behind him, see the silver right here and the silver right here, the silver rails. So I don't know what just happened to that picture. So you can see how this has the silver rails, and this one's the one that's in downtown Chicago. So I was like, okay, perfect. So I go through, and I make sure, and I look at, I find his tour stuff, his information, his show stuff. And sure enough, he's in downtown Chicago during that time. Well, then I watch the live, and people that are talking to him, he's like, that are trying to fight with him. There's a couple of them specifically. So I write down their screen names, and I pull them up. And one of them is from Florida, but lives in Chicago. And so now I'm cyber stalking him. I went through so much to verify that this is the video, and it took a while, but this is the video. So, we can go ahead and watch it now, or we can watch it when we get to that. Let's just watch it when we get to that part of the timeline. Because Bob will be with us by then. I'm sure he's going to want to see it too. But there's a couple other things I did, but it took a while for me to verify that it was the one. But I believe, and we'll get to it when we get there, but I believe that the stuff that he's talking about G-Shine and all that stuff, he talks about Sack Chaser on there, and about how, y'all don't know the real Sack Chaser. It's pretty crazy. So we'll get to that. and that's going to be on when we get to October 23rd. So I did not have time to make this like, one of my pretty charts. I try, but I've not had time to clean it up yet because I've been layering everything in. So I'm going to show you what we've got, and let's see. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, because there's a couple different things that are going on. I haven't put their social media in here, but some of the social media stuff was kind of telling too. When you compare the social media posts to what's going on with their texts and where they're at and that type of thing. One of the things too that was kind of crazy that hit me when I'm watching this, y'all, as he's on that video talking crazy about G-Shine and stuff. Remember when the Gino just texted him the oath about how, loyalty matters and you have to, put G-Shine before anybody else, and now you're one, so you have to honor them and you can't disrespect them and stuff like that. He sent that to him while he's on that live talking everything he was talking, and then the murders happened 2 days later. I just thought that was so, I don't know, it's crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rosalina. It is good to see you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm excited to show y'all some of the stuff I found, and I haven't even got to everything yet. Like that's what I'm saying. When this is so much more in depth than I thought it was, and it has taken longer than I was expecting it to, but man, has it been a little bit nuts. All right. So let me kind of give y'all, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on August and September. But we're going to look at it a little bit. So in August, when everything's starting, and y'all, I have not edited out the curse words. A lot of them I'm typing as they're saying it, and I don't have time. So if there's, some of them are edited, some of them aren't. So if you are offended, just don't read it. Let me put on my old lady glasses because I've been looking at the screen for too long and now I can't see nothing. Okay. Got my old lady glasses. Now we're ready. Now we're in business. All right. So the text and everything start at the like mid to late August. So that's kind of where we're going to start. Now, this is like one of the patterns that I found. Now, remember, I had told y'all before that there were, when you look at the text and kind of who associates with who, there's two different I hate to call them like pairs or couples, but there's two different like little tag teams, trying to recruit him for the Bloods. So for G-Shine. So one of them is, this guy, and what's his name? Goon and Bappa. So Goon is the one who he ends up kind of getting like, like remember Eminem with Stan, he kind of ends up getting like Stan vibes because he gets a little bit too, a little too attached. But you can look like, you notice that in the beginning, there's a lot of communication between, let me not say a lot of communication. The communication that he has with G-Shine stuff is all with this Bappa, who is like the one that he originally talked to. And then the one who's like over him is Goon. And then Goon, he ends up talking to him and, gets close to him. And Goon is telling us that he is going to, make him, the new, like give him all this power and whatever. So Bappa is the one that kind of starts it out though. And Goon is the one ahead of him. So the first conversations and I'm doing this because I want to layer it all together, and I'm going to paraphrase a lot of stuff because Lord knows they don't use punctuation. And so I just had to kind of write what they were saying in my own way. So it starts out, it's the Bappa guy. So remember, this is like recruitment team number 1, like G-Shine recruitment team number 1. So Bappa comes in, and that's kind of where the texts start for us. So he says, congrats on the XXL. And I pulled this just so you could see, like, he just did a bunch of stuff with XXL magazine. So, I don't know for sure that's what it is, but he got into this magazine and started doing stuff for him or whatever, right about the time they started talking. It was just a few days before. So I think that's probably what it is. He tells him, Melly does tell him he has the same number. We know it's his phone, but he tells me he has the same number. And then he tells him, Melly tells Bappa about the fight that he got into with, him and Sack got into with Quando Rondo and NBA Youngboy. So he tells him about that. Now that's like August 21st to 23rd. So the big conversation that they had where Sack and Melly had to talk about who, like what roles they had and all of that came from this part. So the 24th. So this is, they started us right about the time that they're first starting to have these conversations. So this is where Sack is telling Melly, I let you be the face of YNW, but me and Juvie are the CEO. And he tells him that you are my artist. Like he's telling him, like, I'm the one who is doing all of that work, and you don't just say you have an artist to look good. You actually have to put in all of the work that goes into it. He said he's got, blood, sweat, and tears in this, and he sees this dream and he's pushed for it. He has frustration because he said every time that he wants to do something creative or, make music or whatever, that Melly will kind of jump on it and make it like a group thing instead of a sack chaser thing. So he had, frustration about that. He told him too, he said, y'all are sabotaging my career, because he's saying that Melly is making people think that, because Melly is the one who's like the artist, he's the face of it. So he's making people think, that Sack is just kind of like his entourage, or like he made Sack, or he brought him along the ride. And Sack is saying, that's not true. That's not it at all. I'm the one who made you. He said, he put a lot of hard work getting them all to that point that they are. And he even told him when he met him, he rapped like Wiz Khalifa, and now he is compared more to Young Thug. So I thought that was funny. So anyway, he also tells him that his vibe is way different when Riri isn't there. Riri is the nickname they have for Mariah. But he said, also, I let you get my artist, but I'm your brother, that let you get them because, and he said, you're from Florida and you ain't doing it right. He said that the artist that he let him have or put under him or whatever, he said, they give you credit over money, but money doesn't mean anything without what I can do for this. Like, what I bring to the table is, he used a bunch of words that I don't, I can't really, but basically what he's saying is you can't get to where we've gotten without the talent that I have to, produce this, create this, whatever. So, he's not happy about feeling like he's being made to look like a child compared to, he said they're treating Melly like a star, and they're treating, him like entourage, basically. He compared their friendship and working relationship to Young Maul and Little Quill. And I think I told y'all about that the other day. It's kind of ironic because now one of them is also locked up for murder, but I digress. Okay, so but anyway, they were close friends, and then did music together. So he compared it to that. So he goes on to tell Melly that the way that it's set up. So he says the structure of everything for YNW is that the CEOs are Sack, Melly, and Juvie, and then the artists are Bortland, Peso, Tay, and Kobe or Jacoby Mills. And Jacoby Mills was the guy in the red, the one who told them they went to get the gun the next day. So that now won't testify. Shocker. He tells Melly that he doesn't like to. Melly doesn't work for goals. He doesn't work on anything. He doesn't look towards the future of everything. And he says that he acts like his mama. And I think that's like the best married couple fight you could possibly have. Like, you act just like your mother, but they're fighting like an old married couple. Whatever. So he tells him that him and his mom, Melly and his mom just seem like they like that fantasy life, I think is how. So this is where he says when Riri and everyone are gone, Melly doesn't even talk to them about the YNW stuff and doesn't give everyone their money that they're supposed to be doing, that he's supposed to be giving them. None of that. He said that he totally changed Melly's flow when he started rapping, and now he's hanging out with all of these important people, which I had this came right about the same time. I pulled some stuff to kind of show context as much as I could. So he's got like all this stuff, coming up that's like where he's being featured in all these things, and with all these other like hip hop artists and rappers and all this stuff. So he's saying, now you're starting to hang out with all of these important people, and you're talking about my artist. So he's saying, in front of these people now, you're calling me your artist. And he's mad. He's telling him, you have one more chance before I basically just, dropped you. And he says, I'm the one who changed your flow. I'm the one who, this is where he tells him he sounded like Wiz Khalifa. But he tells him, he kind of tells him now it's like he's stealing other people's styles, and he doesn't want to be made to look like a kid and all that stuff. So it seems like this has kind of been building on him for a while. Like, you can tell that that you don't get this mad over one song or one scenario. So then he said something about how once they steal your girl, you're gonna cry and call us. But anyway, he told him he needs to get right. So Melly tells him, I know that y'all are the CEOs, and he says, I'm happy for you that you get to make your own music, and that he wants to see him shine, and he appreciates that Sack let Melly have those artists, or whatever it was. And he said, forget what other people, and this is something that has come up as I've layered everything together about what other people think, and apparently what other people think about Sack specifically. So he said, Melly said, don't worry about what other people think. We know what's going on. So he's saying, don't worry that everybody else is treating me like a star and you like the entourage. Like, we know what we are. So he says, Melly tells him, get the guys together. We are going to focus on the artists. I'm focused on the artists until we go to tour. He said, I've already got, I Am You out, which is the album he had just released. So all they got to do is videos, and they can start today. So he tells him, you know what, we're on it. We're going to work for it. We're going to do this. Everything's fine. Around this time too. So this is something I found when I was looking stuff up. So Melly's chain got snatched. So see this chain? So these guys snatched it. And this is the second time that this has happened to him. It happened to him in California too. And he was actually, the chain that got snatched in California wasn't his. It was a friend of his. So he had to pay his friend for the chain that got snatched. So I guess they said, the guys who did this, they were laughing at him and, putting it like, this is like they had a video where they're, basically saying like, we just came up and snatched your chain and you didn't even do anything. He kind of caught some crap on Twitter for it. They were like, dude, how is this the second time that this has happened to you? So that was something that was mentioned in as like a possible, other person that could have done something. So I looked it up to find what I could find, and you want one like this? That could be your new profile picture. So I looked to find what I could find, and they said that they looked into it, that there's nothing to that. So but I wanted to pull it up because it was something that they mentioned, so we could see kind of the context of what they're talking about. But if you see this too, that wasn't just a gold chain. Like those, like there's like diamonds and stuff. But he can't pay his friends the $5,000. All right, so let's see. So what's next? All right, so we get to the chain snatching happens around the 25th. The 26th, and this is something I noticed too, when I layered everything in, they said, everybody keeps saying that him and Juvie were like the best of friends and that they had been friends for so long and that they were so tight. They rarely talked. Like they had very little communication, and it wasn't just that, because we don't have all of it. They only showed certain pages, but I could see as I'm, pausing everything and going through it, I would see like the last communication was on this day, and then it wouldn't be like pages later. It would be the next one, but it was, days later. They didn't communicate a whole lot. So that was actually kind of surprising to me, because from everything I've heard, it was like, oh, they're such good friends. But there's even texts where he's like, hey, what, where are you at? Like, he doesn't even know what state he's in or anything. So I don't think that that he and Juvie were as tight based on anything I saw, which, I mean, who knows? They could just, carrier pigeons. I don't know, but they don't have their text, their social media, stuff like that we've seen at this point, is not really, they didn't talk as much as I was expecting. He talked a lot more to Sack Chaser than he did to Juvie in all of this, which I thought was interesting. So, all right. So, the 28th, so a couple days after this, and there's more communication. The blue is Bappa. When you see that, I have a couple of them, the Bloods recruiters guys, I have them color coordinated because I started to, anyway, I haven't, whatever. Anyway, blue is Bappa. Okay. So, on the 28th, Mom is, this is the first conversation that we really see with Mom. So she's, this is the first of a pattern with her too. You can tell that she doesn't really pay for anything, that they have Track pay for everything. So, however they have it worked out. I'm not saying she don't pay for anything. She's, a no good, whatever. I'm saying the way, whatever agreement they have, however they have it worked out, she doesn't like pay for, she says right here, she's not going to pay for the phone bill, that Track needs to pay it. And, they have a bunch of rental cars, all the cars that they do are rented. There's a couple of times where they talk about, swapping out rental cars and stuff like that. So, she's wanting to do that, or wanting to pay the phone bill here. She says, she's not going to pay it, that she wants Track to do it. And so, Melly gets Track to put money in there. And then we have, now that's, in the afternoon of the 28th. And then the evening of the 28th is when everything blew up with Sack and, Melly about his mom. Now, remember, this is only a few days after their tension about the group, and now there's all of this tension and fighting about his mom. So when you layer them together, you kind of see how it's happening. The first thing he does is he goes immediately to Jamie and he says, what's wrong with you? Why are you, doing this? Leave people alone. I'm trying to work and you're stressing me out. And she basically says, she changed her name on Instagram. She's not doing anything. They kind of go back and forth. And she says something about Melly making Mariah cry. And he said it wasn't him, that he said, I was talking to you. So I don't know what the conversation was, but it seems like Mariah is like pretty much always with Jamie when Melly's not around. So, which we heard Felicia say that, she had lived there or whatever. So, anyway, so he tells his mom, like, what's wrong with you? Leave people alone. Stop texting Zach's mom. And he tells her to tell Mariah to unblock him. I guess they block each other a good bit. Let's see what else. That's in the evening. And then, she sends, at almost 11 o'clock, she sends a screenshot of what she actually said to Zach's mom. So then this picks back up the next day. This is supposed to be up here. This was, told you I hadn't cleaned all this up yet. Okay. So this picks up the next day. And in the morning he says, okay, why do you keep messing with people, bruh? What's wrong with you? And, she basically, it's kind of like she says, it wasn't me, and she gets mad because she says it's Zach's sister, and that, she is upset because she says, your sisters can see what they're saying about me and see what they're posting. He's telling her this whole conversation starts with him telling her, you need to stop. And she's mad because he said, she says that he's not standing up for her, whatever. And then he goes to, so you can tell like he's very frustrated with her. Then he goes to Zach and he's telling her, telling him, this is where he tells him, it's just the devil trying to break us apart. And he says, F her, don't listen to anything. She's not going to pull up. She's done with all of the mess. Just block her out of your life. And Zach is pissed. So he says that he is going to expose her. And he said something about, I think she's going to fry, I think is the word. Yeah. The first interview is over. She's going to fry. And then he gets into the credit thing again. So I think the stuff that he was talking to Melly about, it seems like I said, how it's kind of been boiling. Jamie seems to be a part of that too, because, we know that she's very involved with everything, but it seems like he had tension with her for outside reasons, but also from the business stuff. So he said, he's tired of them getting credit and, doesn't like how he feels like, Melly's telling him this now, but he feels like, you really are all about that. And you really do, like team up with her and y'all do your own thing or whatever. And Melly tells him, we're about to blow up and you are the one who keeps my head straight when I'm tripping. He tells him he loves him, that they're brothers, that they're the same person. He goes through the whole thing about how, you can have it all. You can have the house and the guns and the Netflix. And he says, F my mama, F the house, whatever. He tells him he's going to pay him back for everything he's done for him. And he said that he doesn't like feeling like he's in a house with somebody who doesn't trust him. So he says he's going to go stay at a hotel. This is where he says, I have it. Yeah, I have it right here. This is where he says, I don't give a F what you do to my mama. I don't give a F no more. I'll never say I'll kill you or harm you. If you need anything, hit me up. I'm at the hotel around the corner. We both need our space. I don't know if we've been around each other too long or what. But I'll remove myself from this. Y'all don't need me, whatever. Tell Chloe, I love her and Tay. I'm just going to focus on myself. If you die, I die. We're the same person. Whatever. I almost said yada, yada, yada. And then I have Letitia flashbacks and can't bring myself to say it. So he responds and he says, because Melly tells him, I'm going to give you time to cool off. And he says, I'm good. I'm cool. I just, something tells me that y'all are up to something. Now, we're going to get into some of that in a second too, about, how much Jamie knows and how involved she might, could potentially, how much she could potentially be, all up in this. But he tells her, I feel like y'all are up to something. So he said, you don't owe me anything. And yes, we are the same person, but how did you let this mess get this far? If it was the other way around, my mom wouldn't be doing anything like that. So, and then he said, he's standing up for his family because whatever Jamie said to his mom, if it was the other way around, my mom wouldn't be doing this. And then he said, if before I let something happen to me or my family, then, everybody will die. Which is a lot. I also, again, I'm going to pull this up. This is not family friendly, so I'm just going to warn y'all. There's a video. All right, if you are not okay with words and such, this would be a good time to mute. But this is let me see whose YouTube this is so I can make sure I give them credit. Buck TV. I pulled this from Buck TV. I want to make sure I give credit. All right.
Show me text messages from Sack Chaser threatening all her friends and all these people like he's about this life. But I'm saying, like, who the fuck you ever robbed? Who the fuck you ever shot at? What the fuck you ever did? Nigga, you couldn't even take a fucking weed charge. If you don't sit your pussy ass down and don't ever come for me, because my credentials is real. It ain't even a joke. So don't ever try to come for me, because I don't even play them type of games. Like, what the fuck you got that I ain't got? Oh, you threaten me with your little gun? Bitch, I got big guns. At the end of the day, Melly is my child. And he is gonna be great because he's talented. He's talented because his mom, not because of your little fuck ass, retarded ass. Because you was a
So, I hate when people call each other that word. As a derogatory term. So that is her message to Sack Chaser. So she needs security. Yeah, she needs security because Juby's little sister was going to punch her in the face, but she has street cred. But now she needs security for whatever. Teach their own. That was something. Yeah, I have to go pick up mine today. When we finish, I got to run to the post office. If I had it a day or so earlier, today would really be the time to use it, but that's all right. Yeah. Okay. So this is, I'm glad you said this because this is the biggest thing. Look, everybody behaves different. Everybody has different boundaries. Everybody has different standards of what they see as acceptable. You know, like we are all different. But here's the thing. When you are, I'm not going to say instigating because I don't know who started it. But when you put threats and stuff like that out on social media and I don't think that you can behave in a certain way and then still accept a certain behavior towards you. So I think that, you know, she's saying, you know, to Melly, you know, how dare you, you know, let somebody call me out of my name. In case y'all didn't hear it, she called, you know, there were some names she called too. Look who's here. Hey, Bob Motta.
Hey, what's up, girl?
How are you?
I'm awesome.
Awesome. We are going through some of the timeline stuff, and we just watched the video of because I've been doing some digging. We just watched the video.
You've been doing digging. I don't believe it.
Well,
the queen of digging.
I know it's a blessing and a curse, but
I feel this, girl. Believe me, I feel this.
So I found the video that Melly's mom put out about Sack Chaser and threatening him and stuff. Have you seen it?
No, and I'm going to sit back while you go through this timeline because there's been gaps in me watching, you know, because I'm on Court TV and stuff like that. But
yeah, I'm
covering all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to just sit back, let you go through the timeline so I can learn some stuff too. And then you and I will go at it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Because we have all of our legal questions too that we want to know. Because awesome. I know all the evidence and stuff, but I don't know the legal stuff. So I'm glad you're here.
I got you.
All right. So, where were we? Okay. So this is about the fight with, between, you know, we just got to the part, we're just getting started we're into the part where Sack and, Melly are fighting about Jamie and Melly are fighting about Sack and all that. So, so Sack responds with how he responds and says, you know, don't play with my family, whatever. And then of course we saw that video. So Melly's response is that he doesn't even consider her his mama anymore. F that Bia. And he said that it's weird. Sack says she keeps telling people about me and I'm not even worried about her. I just, you know, I'm trying to do me. Don't know why people are always worrying about me. And, you know, and then he tells him, by the way, you can't go to the hotel because none of us can get in the gate without you. So Melly goes back to his mom and continues the argument with her and is telling her basically just back off. You know, she's, you know, you started it, very like kind of childish, like, you know, way to handle it, like saying, you know, well, they started it and, you know, I'm not doing anything, but obviously we can see she is. So Melly is trying to tell her, you know, she's kind of trying to make it out to be like she's doing all of this for him. And she tells him, you know, that if people see this happening, then they're not going to like you. And he's telling her, like, you are the reason that people hate me because you're putting all my business out there. You're not even right about it. And you have me looking like a bad person. So you're the reason that they hate me. So there's a lot of tension right here, but Melly seems to take Sack's side in this 100%. So he goes back to Sack after this and says, this was the one that like had my jaw on the floor, but this is where he says, you know, he doesn't even know what to say anymore. She does this out of the blue. He said, she's the devil for real. I don't have shit to do with it anymore. If y'all kill her, fuck it. She ain't my mama. She sold her soul. So that one was kind of a shocker because if y'all kill her, you know, F it was kind of like, probably not the easiest thing you'd want to hear as a mom, either with your kid reading it. But so this is all towards the end of August. So the yellow and the blue are the recruitment team number one. Because we have the two Bloods recruitment team. So this is the first one, the first pair, the Bappa and Goon. So you can see that they are starting to talk to him. So they're at this point, this is like the end of August, early September. They're giving him all of their, perks, like, hey, our, godfather is in the music industry and he has all these connections, and, you're going to have all of these great connections with him. You're going to have all these great connections with us. You're going to have all this power, basically trying to sell him on, why he should, join into their version of the G Shines. So the part that you see right here, all that yellow and blue, is going to be all of that. When we get to the second recruitment team, it'll be different colors so you can see, because I want y'all to be able to see how much they actually were contacting each other throughout this. So he tells him, Goon tells him, and Goon is the one that was above Bappa. Goon tells him, you're with me now. So I have to make sure that you are like on top of your game, because you are a reflection of me and the Godfather. So he basically is already kind of like claiming it, like, hey, you're with us now. You've got it. Melly at this point is seeming like he's into it. He's, saying, okay, send me the information. He's, learning the lingo. He says the lingo is brazy. He's going through the whole thing. So as September starts progressing, keep in mind the murders are October 26th. September's progressing. There's still tension between Sack and Melly. At this, it's September 6th. Sack says, I'm not messing with them. They're talking again about the different artists that they're working with. He says, I'm not messing with them because you can't help them like me. You're just there for the money. I can mess all of your lives up forever. It's all in my hands. So everything with them is still kind of tense. At this point is when Fredo Bang texts and says, hey, we're about to be neighbors. So we've seen the map. I've shown you all the map of where, they lived in relation to each other, but they had not been like longtime best friend neighbors. This is Fredo's just now moving into the neighborhood. So he asks about, this was one of the things too that somebody asked about when in his text about Melly beefing with somebody, if this could be a potential other person, whatever. But this was not the Jay Green guy. He was in our chat before, actually, when we first started. I talked to him and his manager. But this was like kind of a thing where they split musically, apparently, is what he said, but they were still, friends. It wasn't anything major. Going on into September. So all of this is the back and forth. And this is not where it's just them sending it. At this point, Melly is still responding. So this is all the back and forth. This is where they're asking him, the different questions about kind of quizzing him and stuff. Now, what's funny about this, the stuff I have highlighted in yellow, what's funny about this is that, remember, Goon is the one who's kind of like on top of everything. And Bappa is the one who was like the one who actually originally came to him. So he's texting back and forth with Goon, and Goon is asking him questions to kind of like see what he knows. And so he's literally like closing this out and talking to Bappa about it. Well, Bappa gives him a wrong answer. So he just copies, pastes it, and sends it to Goon. And Goon's like, that's not right. And he was like, yeah, obviously. So that was really funny, because when you put all their stuff together and you realize what's going on, that he really doesn't know what they're asking him, and he's copying, pasting the answer, and it was wrong. I thought that was really funny. So they go back and forth. He's wanting all the lingo books. He's getting all of the information, wanting to know who when it was founded and who founded it and all that good stuff. So this is all of the educational stuff that he's going through. So you can see that the text between him and Fredo, there's nothing really that interesting until it gets, right at, of course, after the murders. All the texts back and forth between them are just kind of, hey, what are you doing? Where are you at? What's your show? Whatever. Nothing crazy. So, okay. So right here, so it's mid-September, it's September 11th when Melly meets Herc. Now, Herc is recruitment team number 2. So Herc knows who Goon is, and he, they're hanging out, whatever, and he's hanging out with Melly, and he tells him he knows him. And so Melly tells Goon, oh, hey, I just met Herc. He's another G-Shine, whatever. So Goon said he doesn't really remember him. He'd have to see him, whatever. But this is kind of where everything started going sour as far as like the Bloods recruitment stuff goes. So when Melly met Herc, you can tell through all their communication that he got a lot closer to Herc, and I guess clicked with him more, whatever. And as he's clicking with him more, it almost seems like Goon kind of, where he had already had his mind set on having, Melly, who has, money and, status, whatever, joining with him. Now he's starting to kind of lose him. And instead of just being like, whatever, peace out, he gets really clingy. And it gets kind of awkward. Everybody else starts noticing. So then there's all these texts between everybody between the G-Shine people and stuff. And they kind of start like making fun of him and saying, he's, calling me, looking for you, acting like, I'm your daddy and stuff like that. So Melly is telling them, yeah, it kind of weirds me out. And the video that we saw where they had Melly saved in the phone as Melly's bitch ass, I think is what it was listed as. When he called and we could see his name was that, and he asked who you're walking with, and he said Gino. That was Goon. So the reason that Goon had him listed like that and he was mad was because recruitment team number 1 over here has now lost him to Gino and Herc, which are recruitment team number 2. So that's where that bad blood kind of came from between them. Now, these are just between him and his mom. It was nothing major. She's telling him, it's kind of like, I'll say nothing major as far as like the plot thing goes, but I will say this. Some of these moments have that, she's telling him, I have to let you grow up. You're my heartbeat. I miss you. So there are like those like normal-ish mother-son moments here and there, which are kind of nice to see as opposed to some of the other stuff that we see. But there's nothing as far as the, main plot that is affected by. All right. So let's see. This is more of the Goon and Herc. Goon is in the yellow and Herc is in the purple. So remember, this is recruitment team number 2. So they're going back and forth. They tell him about the fight with NBA Youngboy. And I guess that ends up being a thing too. They say that, I guess they talked to Quando Rondo about it. And he said, that it wasn't anything or whatever. So let's see. So they start talking about the shows. Now, the shows are something that you can tell also Melly is praising his mom for, I guess, throughout here a couple times for, how he sees that she's, I guess, behaving herself and just focusing on working. So he tells his mom too that, they're going to be millionaires. She's going to be a millionaire. Just keep chilling, doing you. And he said, everything's going to be in place. And I thought that was a strange way to word things. But if you're like looking for any kind of like little conspiracy theories or anything, I'm always like down for some tinfoil hat, rabbit holes. But everything going to be in place is one of those things that I kind of noticed was a weird way to word things. Let's see. So Melly is talking about the show. He's inviting the recruitment team number 2 to the show. Let's see. He talks to his mom again about the car. And she said she's getting, oh, did you see how nice the Maxima looks? And he says, yes, can I pick it up tomorrow? I need it for a couple of weeks. And so this is all kind of going back and forth. Now, Bappa, which is from recruitment team number 1, he texted, and you notice like they haven't been talking much since he met Herc and Goon, but he messages and says that they lost one of their guys, and he said, "We lost a homie last night. Stay 050 because if something happens to you, I'm going back to prison. Love you like a son to me." I don't know how long they were friends before, but Bappa and Goon both kind of have that cleanliness. So let's see. Melly and his mom talk about the car and needing the car for 4 days, whatever. Asked about his brother, getting him a haircut. Okay, so again, recruitment team number 2 is here. So this is still mid-September now. So this is like, he's still, at this point, he's still responding and stuff. He's telling them, you know, no problem. I got to look out for y'all. You're my brothers. It's one of the 8 rules for me to look out for you, whatever. So Herc goes to the concert and where they're going to go meet him. And he tells him that he's like, let us know, you know, when you're going to hit the road, because they were all like waiting there with guns. So I guess they wanted to go, as he was pulling out, be his security. And so it's kind of like now they're starting to get in with him more. And, you know, I guess they wanted to be, they called him Sticks. They wanted to show up with sticks and take care of everybody. All right, so let's see. He wants to send in the Bible, so now they're sending him all the knowledge and information again. So Goon is the first. That's now we're back to recruitment team number 1. So he's starting to message him again, and he's asking how everything went. And he told him that he met Herc, and he said, them boys are the truth. So at this point, he doesn't realize that there's going to be bad blood because now he started hanging out with them. So he said that they're also going to be going to the Orlando show. So at this point, he's also linked up with, from Herc to Gino, who's the one above him. So let's see. He talks to Fredo. Oh, I found this picture too. Remember when they talked about the snake and nobody knows what happens to the snake? I found this and I wonder if it's the snake, and I still haven't been able to find anything online about what she was talking about. Bob, do you know?
No. I haven't heard anything about that snake. Like
she mentioned it in what, opening statements or something, or no, it was with Felicia. It was Felicia's testimony, wasn't it? And she said something about the snake, and she like alluded to that something happened to the snake, and I have not been able to find anything about what could have happened to the snake.
I mean, that definitely looks like a snake.
Yeah, but I wonder what happened to it. She made it sound like it was something like
sinister.
Yeah, which makes me even nosier. Like I want to know, like, you know, if it was just like, you know, it got out, like, you know, look, R.I.P. little snake. But if it was like something bad, then I'm like, I need the details.
Right. Yeah, especially if he's like killing the snake, you know.
Yeah.
People that kill pets, even snakes. Snakes matter, you know.
Snakes matter. They do.
Definitely
They take care of like different, you know, rodents and stuff.
Big time. They're kind of like spiders, you know. I hate spiders, but they catch all the other insects. So, you know, I don't want one crawling on my face, but you know, they serve a big purpose.
Yeah.
Kind of like bees. Don't get me started. Let's get me on an insect tangent.
All right, let's see. Okay, so some of this stuff I pulled at his shows too, just to give us context about where he's at, because I could compare it to stuff. Because I tried to get as much information as I could to like find patterns, which worked out towards the end. All right, so this is talking to Fredo, talking to the recruitment team number 2, going back and forth. Now, there's also moments in between here where it keeps telling Sack that he's about to go meet Track to get money, or he's about to get money, but he doesn't have it yet. And he's about to get money, but it won't be available till midnight. So there's multiple times where he's, you know, telling him that he's going to go get money. So at this point, recruitment team number 2 gives him the Godfather's number and tells him his name is Stretch. So now they're like trying to move him on up to the, you know, the bigger guy, the biggest guy, whatever. Biggest guy that they have access to, I guess. So they, let me see. Oh, so this is the first, like, notice that there's any tension. So when they start talking about Gino says, I talked to the Godfather. I do what I want to do, so I'm lining y'all up on the fly. And basically, he's saying, ask Q, he will tell you. Goon's going to have to respect it. So Goon at this point is getting angry because, this was the guy he was recruiting. This was, his star that he was bringing in. And now Melly has kind of gone to recruitment team number 2. So now this is where the tension starts to come. And Gino doesn't care. He's just going to have to respect it. Gino is higher up than Goon, or so he sees. That's how he sees himself. Who knows if that's, they didn't give me their credentials. Okay, so this is the night that I thought this was interesting too. The night that he missed the show, when he was saying, well, even Michael Jackson misses shows. The night that he missed the show, he said to his mom that he missed it because he was getting his hair done. But all of the communication from that night is between him and recruitment team number 2, and talking about going to meet the Godfather and stuff. And so I'm wondering if it had something to do more with that. But there was nothing that they showed us about anything to do with any of them talking about getting his hair done or anything. I don't know. So he, but he even tells them up here that, he's got a show in Daytona. He had a show in Daytona, but he just didn't show up. But I don't think he was honest with his mom about it's because he was getting his hair done. So this is the entire conversation about, between them that we heard about him missing the show and her being, disappointed mom. And I'm not going to get into all of it because we heard it recently, but I will say this was another one of those like little mom moments where, she was like, I just want the best for you and I want you to be responsible and I want you to make good decisions. And so I know that there was a lot of people in chat, and I want to hear your opinion on this too, Bob, because there was a lot of people in chat that were we were all very divided on whether or not they should let the mom text in. And I thought, because of, the fight or whatever, but the fight was between Mariah and him on her phone. But I thought that it would be fine to let him in. I didn't see it as prejudicial at all. And actually, I kind of thought the opposite, because they had, there were some, bad things said. He's a 19-year-old, a cocky 19-year-old's going to say stupid stuff. But I thought like there were all these like little pockets of like that nurturing mom and son moment. I thought, if anything, it actually, that having the jury be able to see those moments actually looked better for him. What is your legal take on that?
So when that was coming in, my initial, if I'm David Johnson, I'm objecting to it as well, because of relevance, like none of this, at least on its face, has anything to do with the murders. Right. And kind of his argument was that they were trying to show, because remember at that point, they're trying to prove that this is his phone.
Yeah.
And that he had possession of it.
Yeah.
So they were first able to show that, look, this is his account. This is definitely his phone. This phone was in his name. So then they start to show all these texts between, him and his mother to establish that he's always using this phone. Like it's not somebody else using his phone. It's clearly him texting with his mother. In terms of the context, I don't know how it plays. It's like, think about what we were saying 10 minutes ago when we see kind of like some rough language between him and his mother, which I have a feeling is just commonplace. You can see later that she's not sweating that type of shit.
Yeah.
I think that's a relationship. I don't know anything about his family background, but if I had to guess, I would guess that she was a single mom.
Yeah.
Busting her ass to raise him, and that they have a different type of relationship. And, that in some form and fashion that she is helping manage him and his career. Like that one text that we just saw where he said, it's not about the money. It's about you being a professional.
Right.
Because he's a kid.
Yeah.
You can't forget that this is a kid who skyrocketed to fame overnight. You know what I'm saying? It's like people don't understand that kind of aspect of it. It's like a good kind of example is when these kids in the NFL, like the high draft picks, the number 1 draft picks, and they went from poverty to having millions in terms of being able to fathom how to handle that. Not just like the handling of the money, but the handling of the fame, the responsibility for a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you can see him like during trial. I mean, I feel like I'm watching my 16-year-old kid sitting there. Like it seems like it's lost on him, the gravity of what's going on. I mean, this is a potential death penalty case, and the kid's sitting there like a goofball half the time, you know? So it's like that kind of factor. Like, I don't know how it's going to play off the jury, you know, like the makeup is not all white folks, which I was relieved about. You know, because like culturally, there's just differences in terms of black culture and white culture, in terms of the relationships, in terms of like when Moretti was sitting there on the stand reading those texts. It was the most hilarious thing that I'd ever seen in my life, dude. It was like, talking about the like whitest guy in the world trying to like read like text, you know, that is basically using street slang. And it was to me, it was hilarious. You know, I'm like, because I was in Jay's chat for that when they were doing that, and I'm like, well, put me on. Like, I'll be able to read these texts so that people can understand the context, because he's reading it like just the
like a robot. That was awesome.
Like a super white guy. You know, so I don't know. I mean, I certainly would have made the same arguments that his lawyer did. At the end of the day, I don't know how that hits, because you do have kind of the balancing act where he's saying things that most of us wouldn't say to our parents ever. You know, just out of respect. But then you see that it didn't really have any impact on their relationship, which when you're looking at things in a vacuum like this, you know, where we're looking at a very small, short period of time, relatively speaking, as opposed to their entire relationship and how that relationship really is, you know, it can give the wrong impression. That's what I worry about. But I think that there was probably enough back, because like, I don't want that being a basis for a verdict. You know what I'm saying? Oh, like this kid was a disrespectful piece of shit to his mother, so that makes him a killer type thing. You know, it's like, like I don't want it going there. Like, take it for what it's worth. Give it the proper weight, which is low. Like the weight, the evidentiary value of it is very, very low, but it does give us a little bit of perspective about him. And look, we still have the entire defense, you know, case in chief coming. So they're going to do things that are going to hopefully help clarify. So, because at the end of the day, we want to base it on evidence. Like, we never want verdicts on feelings. Right. Because, you know, as hard as that is for people to grasp, the law isn't about feelings. Feelings have no place in the law. This is, you know, it's what does the evidence show? And does that evidence prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this kid killed these two guys, you know, two of his closest friends, you know? So I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but that was kind of like what I was thinking about it. I thought the objection was obviously proper, and just so, and I'm sure that your audience knows that, you know, I mean, when you see objections at trial and all these annoying sidebars, that they do that, like sidebars, because before they go to trial, they have what they call motions in limine. All right. And that is like, I'm always telling people on my podcast, I'm like, the real battle leading up to any trial, the real battle in every case is the pretrial motion phase, because that's what determines what evidence gets in, what evidence stays out. So when you get these things, when they were like, I don't know, there were 15 long sidebars, like on, I think it was Tuesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. It was crazy. It was like all sidebars in a little trial. Right. Like you and I were joking via text or Twitter or something about it, but you know, but they do that in order to, number one, the motion work establishes what's going to come in and what's not going to come in. So this was all battled prior to. So when the defense takes exception to something that they're sneaking in, because remember, the purpose of them getting these texts in was to establish that he uses that phone. And then, so that's why he was saying they're showing, 500 plus text messages. They're getting all this irrelevant information in order to, it's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. you know, that like that's what it is. And I mean, it's a move that happens. I mean, it's lawyering. I mean, it happens all the time, but you know, we'll see how it plays out. But I really hope that it does not. Oh, but my bigger point was the objections are to establish issues for appeal. And if you don't perfect those issues at trial, if you don't make an objection to something coming in, it's waived for the purposes of appeal. So like when you hear them objecting, and some objections obviously carry way more weight as far as an appellate issue than others, like leading, when they're saying leading, like if somebody's leading the witness, if the state's leading the witness, which is where they're asking pointed questions where it's not open-ended. Like open-ended is what happens on direct exam. So in on a cross-examination, I'm trying to lead the witness, not giving them any wiggle room. I try to limit it to yes and no answers. I don't want them talking.
Right.
You know, I am trying to control the narrative of that examination. So that's kind of why they object, in case anybody didn't know that.
Yeah. I think hearing them read the part where, you know, it was like that tense moment where there was such disrespect, hearing that read was, I think, more shocking just because hearing it read out loud, you know, on the stream. But I think when I actually went through everything, which is what, you know, I'm sure the jury's going to do when they're going to, you know, when they sit down and go through everything. When I went through everything, I think it had the kind of opposite effect because, you know, even when I'm reading back through, I'm like, oh, that was a bad moment. But then there's so many more of the, you know, right. I love you more, you know, that type of thing.
Exactly. Like you could tell these are two people that have been like in the battle together of life, you know, forever. And that her kid hit, you know, I mean, when you see her like after the fact, after he's, you know, and he's fronting with his friends, like he's saying one thing to his friends and he's saying completely different shit to his mother. And I mean, they real talk. Like he, you know, I mean, they real talk. Like I imagine if we were flies on the wall in their house, this is how they talk.
Yeah.
Like all the time. Like this isn't unusual, but like if you don't see it and if that's not how your family operates, it's going to be shocking to the conscious, like initially. But like you said, I hope that if they are giving this more weight than they should, and it really is of very, very low evidentiary value, but you never know what a jury is going to do. I hope they do exactly what you did. And they go through, and then there's somebody on the jury saying, yeah, I get that he's calling his mom a bitch here, but look here. I mean, like, these two people love each other. She cares, like, you know, she's telling him you're my heart, which I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
You know, and they're on the precipice of just becoming huge. Like financially, they're going to be, he's about to set his mom up for life, you know, so they have that dynamic going, and that exists and you can't take it away. So yeah, hopefully the jury, depending on how they view it, that they look at everything in the context, at least what exists in these texts, you know. And again, this is like a snapshot of their lives. You know, this isn't the totality of their lives, and we have no idea what goes on an everyday basis. But I think it's a window into that, you know. But I think ultimately, in terms of does this have any value in terms of getting us closer to whether or not he's the trigger man, I don't think so. But you know how cases are. It's like the state is trying to build him up as a certain kind of person, the kind of person that's capable of this. Look, anybody that would talk to their mother like this is capable of doing what we're saying that he did. You know what I mean? It's just like that he's not, he thinks differently than the rest of us, that he acts differently than, you know, that was kind of what the state was hoping. And I agree with you. I think that the fact that there's other texts that came in that mitigated kind of the shittier, uglier text, I hope that evens out and the jury's like, I'm not giving this any weight. Let's get to the facts and evidence that matter, you know?
Because you're right. I want this to be a decision based on facts and evidence and not emotion. So, you know, and I did notice too, that there was some more stuff that comes up with her later that was interesting. But they do have, as dysfunctional as it may seem, you know, compared to, you know, everybody has their own areas of dysfunction, you know. So like we all
have dysfunction.
We all have our different ways. Yeah.
The only people that don't have dysfunction are liars.
Yes.
Because we all have dysfunction in our families.
Yeah.
It's facts.
Yes. All right. So let's see. So after the whole, I'm just disappointed and I want you to be better, whatever. Okay, so remember there was a lot of talk going on between him and recruitment team number 2. So recruitment team number 2 is right back at it. This is the next day. So he is talking to them about, talking to Gino right now about, getting a square and Skittles. And basically it's a whole bunch of drug stuff. When he is talking about doing all of that and how much he can make on it and all of that stuff, of course, we all knew it was coming. He said, okay, well, the guy with the square wants to know what you would charge for a hook and a verse. And Melly just gives him his manager's number, Track's number, and tells him just call him. And then Gino tells him that the guy that he's hooking him up with is like, really big, really important. He, covers all of South Carolina. Fredo's still sending texts. They're still kind of talking back and forth. Now, Herc hasn't, let's see. He sent him a question mark on the 22nd, 21st. So the last time he talked to him was the 21st, I think. And then he kind of hasn't heard back from him in a few days. He sent him the question mark and he didn't answer. So they talk again. And then, so Gino and Herc are the recruitment team number 1. So they start talking again and they're asking about, have you heard from Godfather, whatever. He'd given him the number. And then Goon, recruitment team number 1. Remember, he's the cleaner. So he comes in and he still has not, Melly's still not talking to him, but he saw that he was in Orlando and he's like, hey, you didn't even let me know that you were in Orlando. And then he asked him again about grabbing a VIP section or if Melly is going to allow them in his section. And it's awkward to, to watch and listen to, but he's very clingy when it comes to this kind of stuff. So recruitment team number 1, Gino, is telling him, going to call you today, make sure that you're there. And then since Melly's still not answering Goon from recruitment team number 1, then Bappa from recruitment team number 1 is like, hey, hit me up when you get a chance. Gino sends the screenshot, Gino's number 2, sends a screenshot of a conversation on someone else's phone, contacts Tall saying Melly is dying to talk to him. So Tall, if you'll remember, is the Godfather. So he sends him a screenshot that, hey, we're telling him we're, getting y'all together. Like, here we are moving you up. Look at us giving you rank. So they talked to him about how he hasn't been communicating. He hasn't been talking to them that much or answering as quickly as they want. And he tells them that he's been busy.
Just so I've got friends in the music industry. I've got promoters and like on the night of a show, like Melly is getting hit up all day, every day from everybody. If it's like a day of show, there's people that are trying to get on the list. He's being recruited for so he's got his professional career going on, and he's got this other thing going on, and he's got all of it coming at him from all angles, nonstop. Like this kid's head must have been spinning, to the extent where I can't even, it's like I have a relatively successful podcast, so I get hit up a lot and and I'm just trying to imagine, multiply that by 100,000 or 1 million and try to imagine how much stuff he's got coming at him constantly. You know what I'm saying? So it's like seeing these things where Melly talks about how busy he's been. Well, I'm sure that's 100% true.
Yeah.
There's only so many hours in a day. Plus, he's still a kid. You know what I mean? There's that little video that they showed during trial of him with the fellas just chilling. It was kind of I thought that really played well for the defense more than it did for I think the purpose of them putting it in was kind of like that the end thing where it had like, you know, whatever, 4 days after this was shot, you know, that two of these guys were killed, you know, and I think that was the purpose, so that they were trying to show that it was self-serving, that they put this thing together and look, he's already like built this story, to the extent where they're putting it in a documentary that they produced, you know, the whole drive-by story. So I don't know. It's like,
well, I think a big part of that too is that, you know, he has that on his YouTube, and, you know, and I mentioned this in stream. I know he's not the one who edited himself and, like, you know, did the whatever, but he has it on his YouTube, and, you know, he would be the one to approve it. And it says at the end that Melly and his friends were the victims of a drive-by.
Right. Exactly.
So, you know, that I think is like, you know, they're going to use that as, you know, oh, well, here he is. This is, you know, his own documentary that, you know, he's promoting, and it's on his channel. And it, you know, it says clearly that you know, him and his
right.
friends.
That's what I'm saying. Like the state's arguing that that's self-serving, that he already had his story in place, you know, to the extent where, and the defense is going to say, no, man, they put that on there because it's truth. You know, he was a victim. He was in that car when this thing went down. You know what I mean? So, like, ultimately, to me, and we'll get to it when we get to it, but like when we start talking about the forensic stuff, you know, like when you start talking about the evidence, like that's where we're having to weigh what we're seeing, in terms of everything else, and then what they were able to collect from the crime scene, and kind of like weigh out Occam's razor. Like what's the simplest answer here? You know what I'm saying? So, but we'll get to that.
I can't wait to pick your brain about that too, because I've been asking like every day, you know, like if, you know, because it's easy right now. We've been given the state's evidence. We haven't been given anything from defense. So right now it's easy to, you know, plot out the state's case, and, you know, and it makes sense. But I'm curious to hear, like, you know, what,
I mean, look, like in any trial, you want, or you need to walk away from the state's case feeling like the guy's guilty.
Right.
You know, I mean, if you're watching any trial, and at the end of the state's case in chief, if you're like, well, I don't know, it's not good.
Yeah. Well, like Travis Rudolph, we got to the end of it, and I was like,
exactly. You know, and it's one of those things where it's like if they have not done their job on the front end, if you're not coming in to the defense's case in chief feeling like he's guilty, and you're like, okay, well, what do you got? Because right now, this is where I'm at mentally. You better have some shit, because otherwise your guy's going down. Then the state's dead in the water. You know, I mean, if they've finished their full case in chief, and the jury's not already there, because like the defense, when they're done, the defense will do what they always do. They'll ask for a directed finding, which just means that the state didn't meet its burden in presenting its case in chief. Those rarely ever get granted in total.
Right.
Like you can get charges knocked out. Like in my career, we occasionally get charges knocked out, or like separate counts, but we never had a judge just say, yeah, you know, I agree. The state didn't do their job at all. They didn't prove anything. Have a great day. And, you know, like, so that's not going to happen. So it's like, and the jury is not in there for that. Like, so the jury doesn't sit there during a you know, a motion for directed finding. And that always happens after the state's case in chief.
Yeah. I thought if there was a chance that I would see it, I thought it would have been Travis Rudolph. But I mean, I figured it wasn't, just because he already had done the stand your ground thing or whatever. But
yeah, and it was such like a factual, you know, because like that wasn't whether or not he did it or he didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? It's such a different circumstance. Like Travis Rudolph's trial was he justified? You know what I mean? And that was always going to be a question for the jury. You know, they're going to get the facts that the best they can give them. And we all know that investigation was awful, you know, like in terms of what they were there for 9-12 minutes, or it was like a 12-minute investigation for like all that shooting that went on, 2 victims, you know, like the scene is moving throughout the city. It was crazy. And they did no work on the front end. The cops didn't. And, you know, I mean, they ended up paying the price. And obviously, much like you, it was the right result. I felt that justice was served that day. Yeah. You know, I mean, they came to the dude's castle, you know, with guns and pointing guns in people's faces and threatening. And, you know, it was That's what's
Yeah.
going to happen, you know, in the real world. Like, cause it's not TV, and we live in a very violent society. So it's like, you know, things like that are to be expected. If you're going to roll up on a dude's crib at midnight, packing 4 deep, that's
Yeah.
probably what's going to happen.
Did you see the when we did the interview with Mark? Did you see where he said that the only reason they even found Tyler's gun was because they took the dogs out there looking, thinking that where Daryl had run, that he had dropped a gun.
Yes.
I was like, gosh.
I mean, dude, that was like it was like thing after thing, just like that about that investigation. It was like happenstance that they were finding things. It wasn't because it was a thorough investigation.
Right.
Yeah, it was. They did a great job on that.
Yeah.
They did.
All right.
Maybe proud of defense attorneys.
Yeah. They did an awesome job. Him and Heidi both were.
Yeah, they're great. They were prepared,
awesome
just like they said. You know, it's like we're prepared. Like preparation is everything in a trial like this, and it's like here, to me, the defense seems more prepared than the state. Like like I don't want to get into it now because I know we're going to talk about it, but like just in terms of like when you're telling a jury a story, you want it to be cohesive in terms of like, and we all kind of worried about that with Murdoch.
Yeah.
You know, we're like, God damn, it's like they've been doing this financial shit for weeks.
Yeah.
Like I'm starting to forget that it was a murder. Like, you know what I mean? So you worry about that. Fortunately for Creighton, the idiot got on the stand and he made his own bet. You know, it's like I admire Creighton, but like I also have been doing, you know, trials for 20 years, and I know to give him about as much credit as he deserves. And he's very lucky that Murdoch took the stand. Had that not happened, that case may have gone very differently.
Yeah. I know you and I don't agree on, we have different opinions on how that could have happened, but him taking the stand was the best thing for.
It was mandatory. It's like, I think he's certainly culpable, but in terms of like who may have done it, I've definitely a different concept. Definitely. They kind of like, for me, just fits in my mind, you know, because when I work through facts, I'm always trying to work through like in a common sense fashion, like how shit would have went down. Cause like the one thing that we know about situations, like any case, like the lawyers don't know, the cops don't know because we weren't there. Yeah. It's like only the people, the victims who, unfortunately, if they've been killed, they're deceased, they know. And then the perpetrator knows. So those are the only people that factually know what actually happened. The rest of it is educated guesses. Like that's what lawyers are doing. We're giving educated guesses on what we think happened. And even though we're trying to come off as if we know what happened, the fact of the matter is we don't. Yeah. You know, so it's like, that was like someday we'll have to have like a Bob and Brandi off on that whole like our concepts.
We'll debate it out.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good.
I'm like volunteering to debate against like world famous defense attorney.
Yeah, dude. Like, look, I mean, at the end of the day, I want to be clear. He's exactly where he deserves to be. You know, like that. Like, I think he's guilty, but I just think he's guilty for hiring people to do it for him. Like that. Like that's my whole thing. And like, I don't want to get into that because it will derail what we're doing here. But
we could definitely get into.
I would love to do that.
That's how you and I connected, was on Murdoch. So
totally.
All right, let's see. So where are we now? Oh, okay. So they're talking to him about how he's too busy, and he's not communicating enough. And he says, you know, that he's been going nonstop, whatever. So Herc tells him, you know, and remember, Herc is the one who brought him in, and Gino's the one above him. So Herc is telling him, you know, like, we still don't even know your motives, that, you know, he's like, people have been killed for bringing the wrong people around. And, you know, I don't want to go through all that drama. So, you know, he's basically telling him, you know, I shine, you shine, whatever, but I've got to check on everybody and see kind of where your head's at and what's going on. So we know, you know, how to move. And he tells them that they need to learn each other more. So Melly says that he talked to Gino about how he had been busy or whatever, and that Gino, you know, understood. And he said that he's about to fly out again. But it's, as soon as he gets an open schedule, he will text him back and, catch up with him or whatever. And because he's not communicating enough. Okay. And I haven't had a chance to dig into this too much, but AD is one of the guys that was with him. His brother goes by Firm. And I noticed when I was layering everything together that Firm cash apped Melly during this whole thing. Adrian's brother sent him some money on Cash App. And I also noticed that when he was, it was a couple days before the murders when he was in Chicago, that he said in a text that he was with Firm again. So I want to look more into that and find out more about Firm because I'm nosy. All right, let's see. He texted Fredo's in the studio, whatever. Okay. So, $1,000 payment was dropped off in Vero Beach. And the addresses that he sent in those two texts, I looked them up. And the first one was the address that's on his ID. And the other one, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's the first, second, whatever. But the two addresses he sent, one was on his ID, and the other one was the one that they were living in, that house that they were renting in the Sunset, whatever, in that neighborhood. And they were renting it because I was curious to see that, and they were renting it for $3,900 a month. My level of nosiness just knows no bounds. All right, so let's see. Goon's coming back again. He says, hey, I am still trying to figure out if I should grab a section for tomorrow or if, we're just going to hang out in your section. I don't want to, waste my money on a VIP section if we're just going to be hanging out in your VIP section. So once again, Goon is still being ignored and he is still trying to get up in that VIP section. So this is the first that we hear or that I saw in the text that we were given. Herc asked what set Young Thug is pushing now. Now, if you notice, this is about the same time. It's actually the same day because I was wondering why he asked that. So I looked on his social media and it's the same day that he posted this. So September 28th. So he said, what set is he pushing now? And he said it's the same set that he's been pushing. It's the Murder is the name of the blood set. So it's like that's their version of G-Shine. Herc said fools are giving false information saying that Young Thug is Inglewood. So I guess that's like if you give the wrong, branch of whatever the gang you're in, then that's apparently bad. All right, so moving right along. It's the next day, but it's still kind of going on to it because this is after midnight. So him and Herc are going back and forth and talking about stuff. He's saying this is where they're still talking about Goon not leaving him alone and like kind of getting on everybody's nerves and like raising the tension more or whatever. And he says, your boy Goon keeps hitting me up, wanting him to chill so bad, bro, or whatever. And Melly said that, that's weird. And he said, he keeps asking me what you're doing, like I'm your daddy or something. So at this point now, Goon has started like bugging everybody else trying to get at Melly. Then he texts him again and he's like, hey, you still haven't answered me all this time, but I'm still trying to find out about that VIP section. I have people coming from Georgia. So if they can get in, let me know so they don't drive for no reason, whatever. So Gino asks him, why is Goon chasing you like that? What's going on? And Melly tells him, I don't know, but it is creeping me out. And then he asks again, what's the verdict? What do you want them to do? So he finally gets mad. Goon does. And I think this is when you remember when you changed the name in the phone and all that stuff. So this is when he finally kind of gets mad and he says, let me know if we're coming with you. We're in the back. Let me know before I bounce. Cause if I bounce, I don't want to hear about any more shows. I don't have time for all this, whatever. He used much more colorful language, but he basically was telling him, like, it sounds like a clingy girlfriend trying to, like, this is your last chance, even though he's still getting ignored. So both sets are coming at him like hardcore right now. So we go into October. This is the same date as the Western Union money video. The next day, Melly texts Sack that he went to go pick money up, and it got there really fast, whatever. The recruitment group number 2 is still telling him, hey, get in touch with me. You need to call me, whatever. So this is October 4th. He said, Herc said, recruitment team number 2 says, you need to hit me back because other G-Shine members are set tripping. So what we heard about set tripping was that, that's a huge deal, and that, it could be, detrimental to their, breathing and whatnot. So let's see. And I guess they're wanting to talk to him about it, to handle it or whatever. Now I'm wondering, because this is about the time that everything starts kind of getting a little bit, it seems like Sack seems like he feels like he's becoming an outcast or whatever. It's right after that. So he starts, so he starts going through all of these things within the next like week or so. You'll see it kind of gets progressively worse on his social media. Like when you can tell, like when somebody's going through a breakup, because they will, post like inspirational memes and hot girl summer stuff and stuff like that. Well, that's kind of what he does. I mean, not hot girl summer stuff, but you know what I mean? He posts very much his feelings, and it gets progressively more and more, which is actually really sad, once you know what happened to him. But comparing his social media timeline to the timeline of this, it makes me wonder if when he says that other G-Shine members are set tripping, there's nothing in there about him being a G-Shine member, but it just makes me curious, because this is about the time when he starts talking a lot about how he is tired of people outside of, their clique coming in, and that, they don't know how they've been so close for so many years, and, they don't have history together, and, they just come in and they're all about the money or whatever. So he gets into a lot of that. All right, let's see. So recruitment team number 2, the one that he's actually been talking to more. Gino tells him, and this is when it starts kind of getting like more involved for him here. He tells him, you're very talented. It's an honor to lead you. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Won't let you down, whatever. And he tells him always, always Herc, DLSL, and all of their stuff. So Gino said that Quando denied saying anything about the whole situation, and Melly just kind of blows it off. He's like, I'm not worried about it, whatever. So, and remember, Quando was the one, I'm assuming they're talking about the same one. Quando Rondo and NBA Youngboy had that fight outside of Atlantic Records. So let's see. They talked to him again about the Godfather wanting to sit down with him and Melly and Jay Green, and then ask when he's free. Gino tells him also that he's kind of gets onto him again about how you have to communicate, whatever. So this kind of goes back and forth. So that now they're telling him he's in deeper and he's, higher or whatever, but they're still telling him you have to talk to us more. There's more talk about money and stuff like right here. Juvy's asking about cash again. They made sure to point out, all the times that they were asking about cash and stuff like that. But Melly tells him to give Tay and them $200 until he gets back. And then the next day, Sack texts him and's like, why did you not make sure that the money was sent to him? So let's see. This stuff is not too important. They're just like small talk in there at concerts, whatever. Okay, so this is the first that I saw of him asking for a gun. This is October 14th. This is the first time I saw of him asking for a gun. And he asked Fredo Bang, do you know anybody selling a Glock? Well, he says Glizzy. So this is the day after Herc tells him or asks him, like, hey, are you effing with us? Because, you need to get back in touch with us, whatever. So they're like, hey, get in touch with us when you can, has turned into, like, dude, are you messing with us? Because, this, you need to do this now. And then Gino, the one who's above him, texts him right after that and says, just cut a fool off. So the next day is when he's asking to buy a gun, which also makes my ears perk up because there's not many coincidences when it comes to trials. I've noticed a lot of times. So he asked him if he has, knows anybody selling a gun, whatever. He said any handgun. Fredo Bang said he will check. And then let's see, this is just conversations about him and his mom, nothing too major. Mom says grandma's there. Let's see, get to the important stuff. Okay, so again, Herc is pushing this. This is the day after Melly asked for a gun. He said, talk to me like a man, bro. And Melly is still not answering him. So the day after that, Track sends him $3,500. There's a video, a Snapchat video, one of the Snapchat videos that we saw that has, I think I queued it up. Look at me being prepared.
Nailed it.
Oh, it didn't do it at the right part. Oh, I guess I didn't nail it.
I felt like you nailed it.
We'll just pretend I did.
I mean, I'm pretending you did. No one can change my mind.
Right?
Right?
Oh, well, you know what? We tried. Anyway, there's a video. I took a screenshot of it somewhere. Oh, right here. Okay, so this doesn't show the gun, but it shows, I took a screenshot of this part because it shows her ID. It shows him with a gun, and then he puts the camera on, he's showing her ID. And it also has the time, date stamp on it and all of that stuff. And it's the UTC, so that's why it's different. But anyway, that's what that is on the time frame. So he was asking for a gun, and then he had a gun in the video. Not sure if that's related or not. All right, let's see. Then we're talking about money again. Mom is talking about wiring money and says, you can do a transfer to my account. It's free. Asked about sending Jasmine some money, whatever. They are talking here about him and Juvie about, like, it looks like they're talking about buying weed. Goon tries again and is still ignored. He says, what's up with you, twin? And is still ignored. So Melly and his mom, they have another one of their little moments right here. Love you. Have a safe flight, whatever.
The real stuff. The real stuff.
Yeah. And they do have more of those than the
right
wild stuff. Let's see. Foley is another person who's appeared in text sometimes that hangs out with him, whatever. Okay, so here's where things get interesting. So that's like the background. So now kind of like the tension building with the two different sectors of the Bloods, and the tension building with Sack and him and Jamie and Sack and all of that. So like that's kind of like what got us to the good stuff. Okay, so on the 23rd, this is where like all of my tinfoil hat stuff, like trying to figure out, if it was somebody else, who it could be, or if it was him, what the reason could be, whatever. So the 23rd, this is when he was in Chicago. He finally responded.
Chicago represent.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
you actually, without knowing it, at about 4 a.m. helped me figure this out, because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, well, that doesn't add up. And then I was like, I thought about me and you arranging our time, and I was like, Chicago time. He's on Chicago time, so it does add up.
Central Standard, baby.
Yes, yes. And I'm Central Standard too, but I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about, so I was like, Chicago, Bob, yeah, this is it.
It's a good town, especially in the summer.
Okay, so he is in Chicago. So he finally responds. This is the 23rd of October. He finally responds, and like nothing ever happened, and tells Herc, he tells Herc, he said, rise up. And he tells Gino, he just texts beloved, whatever. Now, they had this argument about what FYE means. It's a gun. We all know it's a gun, right? Like, I don't think there's anybody that's like not down with the lingo or whatever. But like fire or whatever can mean like, yes, you have like a fire outfit, or, your girlfriend is fire or whatever, but this is about actual like fire pew pew. So he says, Sack says, be safe, fool. Where's the gun? Where's the fire? Whatever. And he said, yeah, always. And he said, it's in my closet in like the third shoebox. So this is in the morning when he's, getting Chicago, whatever. So Gino tells him, hit me when you're free. Got to get another one. Then there's text between this. Now, I want to pay attention to this part, because when we hear the video that they were talking about him talking crazy or whatever, like he talks about Sack Chaser in the video, and he's like, y'all don't know him like I do, whatever. So the text back, which makes this part stand out to me more. So he says, they're texting back and forth or whatever, and Sack asks if he's with Cole. Melly said he will be later. And then he says, I'm linking up with Firm right now, which I think that would be the same Firm that's AD's brother. I'm not sure. Juvie asks where I'm at, whatever. Okay, so this is what he says to Sack. He says, I'm proud of you. I don't give a F what anybody else says. We know what we're doing. And it's this what? Time.
Breakfast. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Allison was trying to feed me.
Aw.
She's the best.
She is.
She is.
Let's see. Okay, so this is the 23rd. So Melly's telling Sack, it doesn't matter what anybody else says. Like, we know what we're doing. So it makes it sound like other people are saying that he doesn't know what he's doing or whatever. So if you scroll up, it's this time that you can really see Sack kind of going off the rails a little bit, based on his, tweets and stuff like that. And his mom's deposition about how, he was getting more nervous and he was acting different and, whatever. So he posts leading up to this on Twitter. I'd rather talk to the people inside of me than around me. Let's see. There was a couple of them that were tough love makes weak-hearted demons have motives. Okay. Everybody be acting against me like they're scared of something. Acting against him. This is a common theme with his texts and his social media stuff on his Twitter and his Instagram. He then says, where is it? Everything changes. Nothing stays the same forever. The only thing I fear is God. He says, we take care of each other. Have faith. Some of the stuff he's retweeting, like I tell myself, you got this, whatever. But I'm only wanting to read the ones that he's saying. Where'd it go? There were a few more that were like, whoa. When you look at what's going on around. Keep your attitude, never change your attitude, but live life positively. You're not good. You just know how to hide the lie. Scarface. Shit was good before you came and after you left. Came up, okay, this one alludes to like new people in the group. So he says, came up with is going farther with us. Came up with is going farther with us. Melly is our little brother world. Melly's our little brother world. Don't be mad because we was geniuses and y'all compete and hate. Don't matter. We know where we're going. Oh, the lack of punctuation kills me. So they came up together, and that matters more. Melly is little brother. Don't be mad because they know where they're going. So this is a couple days before this conversation. So like all of this is leading up to this, and it gets like to where it's constant tweets about this. He said, you weren't here 7 or 8 years. You don't mean a thing to us. So of course we know that he's been friends with Melly for 7 or 8 years. He says, ain't got no heart when it comes to my brothers. You're no good. You just know how to hide it. He did that one already too. Let's see. Green. Where's the other? The thing about these is that he mentions people coming into the group and things changing and that they don't matter as much as he does and all that. He mentions it a lot. I don't need anyone. All my boys are stars. Melly's just the star to the world. We don't got to understand. Just stay away. You're saying all that hair on Twitter, but you're not coming back no mo. Don't even argue with people. Just never let nobody who's not supposed to be around come around no more. Never let nobody who's not supposed to be around come around no more. Let's see. There. Okay.
What's up? I'm on the stream.
I don't care. The reason these folks are upset, I'm doing something.
Yeah, I'll snack on it. I'll turn the camera off. So I'm not eating in people's faces. Be very unprofessional.
I eat sometimes when
I'm starving.
Go ahead and eat. Everybody's trying to act so chill, but get around them and they're all bias and crybabies. If you go by everything from your eyes, you're going by sight. You're a saint. And I mean, these are literally like, this is like, he's on like he's like rage tweeting, but not rage. I guess it's like emotion tweeting. I mean, these are like back to back. I seen my demon in the window, then he ran away. I can use this shit for bad, but I ain't trying to go through karma. Don't explain, just fall back. I can't depend on anybody but God. I always feel like I'm Hercules, like I'm out of place. I know I'm reading a lot of these, but I feel like it's important to see the context of what all, like, this was days before the murder. And look at how much he's like upset about other people coming into their group and him feeling like an outcast and not appreciated and not valued. And okay, and then we get to the day of the murder. He said, "Thank you, God, for everything." And then he said, this one made me so sad. If I ever love you, I love you forever. That's my problem. It's couple shit. I can't even do no more. And then everything, and then he was killed, and then everything else is just like the automated tweets. So that gives you some context leading into what we're about to see too. So keep in mind, he is, you can tell like he's really hurting. He's upset. And, you know, this is like his friends that he's been, you know, friends with for years, like since they were kids. So Melly tells him, you know, I don't care what anybody else says, you know, we know what we're doing, whatever. So, he tells him, that's where he says something about, you know, Domo's at the gate. So if they call, whatever. And he says that those guys are lame. So I don't know which guys he's talking about. There's none of the text or anything that say who he's talking about that is, you know, coming after him or whatever. But it makes you wonder. Okay, so I'm going to play the video, and it is offensive in multiple ways. So we're just going to watch it anyway. But if you're one of those that gets offended by like literally anything, then this might not be your jam.
Delicate flowers, beware.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Now, this is the one. Remember, he got text from his mom and from one of the other G-Shine members about how he was on Instagram talking crazy. And this somebody screen recorded this, but I don't know how much before this, how long he was going, but this is like the last, you know, the 15 minutes.
They be saying false shit, and I don't like that. And I still feel like if the pussy stink, the pussy got STD, man. You niggas chasing coolie. I know the real sex chaser. You niggas ain't no sex chasers, man. Shout out to my mother.
Okay, see, this is what I'm curious about, because I can see some of the comments down here, and I read them, and I was looking people up that were talking shit to him and everything, like trying to find, you know, who's who, and, you know, any kind of backstory I could. But he even talks about Sack Chaser right here, and I just rewound it for like the 10 seconds or whatever so we could hear it. But it's like looks like he's reading comments, but then I realized, because I went back and read them, he's not reading comments, he's reading text. When he stops to read and it's not coming up on the screen where we can see, there is Drew filmed it. He does all of their videos. If you'll remember, the shirt that Bortland was wearing when the shootings happened was a Drew filmed it shirt. So that's who that is. That's his manager that he's talking to. 100K Track is his manager. So he just said, and he keeps getting mad at the text. So I'm assuming that he is texting him, and that's why we don't see it in the comments. But he said, 100K Track, leave me alone.
This?
I guess.
Who could have copyrighted this? It's social media. They're calling it a warning or a violation.
I don't know. Let me get in and see. Everybody's putting it in the thing. It's just what I need.
Wait, suspend? What? What are they talking about?
Oh. I started it when we were under 2 hours. I didn't think about that. So it's probably too many.
Britta's saying, oh my God, suspended for policy violations. Like your account's not suspended, right?
I hope not.
I hope not too.
I mean, I figured it's social media, so.
Can you have a copyright on social media? It's like, it's posted for the world to see. I don't get that.
Says my channel's not affected.
Good. That's all that matters.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't want to finish playing it. There's only a few minutes left, but I'll put the
I mean,
link.
we can guess it's probably pretty much a lot of the same for the next 3 minutes, right?
Yeah. It's it's not the best. Let's see. All right. Let me pull my other stuff back up. Yeah, I'll put the I didn't think about it being under the 2 hours because I've been told multiple times if I have a certain number under 2 hours, then it'll under the 2 hour mark, then it'll stop me. Policy. That's okay. I'll post a link so y'all can see the rest of it. But I will tell you, it doesn't get any better. Oh, of course I started like right when it's like the worst of the.
I mean,
it's my
it was the same, you know.
Yeah. All right, let's see. So so that gives you an idea of what the context of, so when they're texting him telling him that he was talking crazy and stuff like that, he had
his mom saying I love you, go get some rest.
Yes, she said, she's like, go lay down. But I thought it was interesting too with everything leading up with Sack Chaser's social media, you know, talking so much about the, you know, feeling of other people coming into the group and changing everything and him not, you know, fitting in anymore and whatever. And then you hear Melly saying stuff about the you know, like y'all don't even know Sack Chaser the way I know him and stuff like that. So it seems like everything is kind of like in this like big, you know, what seems like a big bubble coming. Okay, so now that's the 23rd. And then it goes into the 24th, of course, because we're after midnight. Yeah, his mama tells him, like, are you okay? Because, you know, you sound wild and pissed off, whatever. And she tells him to go get some rest. So he takes the plane and goes home on the 24th. Now, when he gets there, and there's other texts like back and forth that aren't like really pertinent to what everything is. But when he gets back, so Melly asks Sack where the gun is, and Sack, he asked him around midnight, but Sack didn't answer him until around 5 a.m. But he said, you know, it's somewhere in here. And then Melly sent him a text that said, same thing you and Bort get, but the texts that were before that, I couldn't hear. So, or I couldn't see. So I don't know the context of that, but he said whatever. So I put it in there because I could see it, but I don't know the context from before it. And then he's talking about people being crazy, whatever. So this part made me kind of sad too. He said, Sack told Melly, love Foo, and he said, love Foo back. And this is, you know, about lunchtime. And, you know, of course we know that what happens later that night or that early that morning. Goon tries to get in touch with him again, and says, you know, this time he's like, hey, what do you have going on? Guys are hitting him up, telling him he's talking wild. Remember all of that stuff about the, oh, I forgot. This part was okay. So while he's on the live, like doing all of the stacking and talking about all the G-Shine stuff or whatever, while he's on the live, Gino sends him the oath. And I feel like this part is important because this might be why they're like bringing in the gang stuff. Because I haven't understood any of the gang stuff up until like why they introduced it, because none of it has made sense. But when you layer this together, he sent this at the same time that he was on the live, and the oath says, "Oath, I take this oath and solemnly swear to uphold the utmost honor and respect for all rules and regulations that govern this chapter, GKB, which is under the banner of the UBN, whatever. I vow to be respected, disciplined, militant, and trustworthy, for I am a reflection of this hood. I vow to also and always aid and assist in any time of need, for my loyalty relies in G-Shine." So he sent that at 12:37, like Eastern. Remember, Melly said it's about 11:30 or whatever, and so this is while he was live. So I feel like that could be important. It seems like they're getting mad because they had even said something to him before in some of the text about him representing G-Shine or whatever, and like doing the whole thing, whatever. Okay, so that was during the stream. Okay, so when he gets back, everything seems normal, but he does get, Goon hits him up and asks him about what he was doing on Instagram Live or whatever. He asks that you got 10 to pay for my cut till I get this money from Track. Then Fully sends him a picture of like the pictures that we saw of him like jumping and one of them in the car and stuff like that. The last call with a duration on it was at 9:37 that night on Bortland's phone. I said like one something, but it was like with the UTC, whatever. Okay, so the 11:46. This is the step data they had. The 11:46, there were 100 or 209 steps from 11:46 to 2:03, and then the murders happen. I don't know what link I have right there. I have no clue, and I'm scared to open it because I don't know what I've put right there.
Get another violation. Yeah,
for real. This would actually be about right here. Okay, so you can see like it's just they're showing the patterns, whatever. Like it's not a lot of steps. It's consistent with moving around, going to the car, going back and forth, dancing, moving, whatever. But there's not a lot. But then the murders happen, and then the next time frame is 1,397 steps. Now we've seen. I don't know if Bob's seen it yet. My lovely little chart. Okay, if we look at this, that we've seen the steps. If you follow the cell phone stuff and all of that, and you map everything out together, and the 2 pin drops that were sent to Fredo Bang, the 2 pin drops were right here and right here. From the time his steps show that he starts to the time that he got to his the second pin drop location is almost exactly what they say the steps are. Now, steps are not always exact. Sometimes they can be very close, and sometimes it'll just be whatever. But it's a pattern. It's like a general idea, basically. But it's from here to here is 1,394 steps is 0.63 miles, and from here to here is 0.6. So it's really close. So if that's if that's what he did, if that's where he, if he is the one who did this and he was dropped off, it fits pretty like exact. Okay, so the time after at 4:40 is the first time that we, other than the movement on his phone and stuff, at 4:40 we know that he calls Track. So his phone pings, and we get a good idea of his location then. Melly sends the location drop to Fredo Bang. He and Fredo are texting back and forth right here. Fredo tells him, I'm on my way. He responds, gives him his address. Melly texts again, and he says, all right, nobody's picking up. Everything's crazy. And Fredo says, I got you. So then that's when he dropped the second location pin to Fredo Bang. That's at 4:53. Now, 30 minutes later, Mom says, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. And then she says, I love you so much. She asks at 7, so a little over an hour later, are you okay? I'm here in Miami. Send me the address. I'm by the stadium. She tells him that she is, worried. Do you want me to come by your house? Whatever. So Papa, who was recruitment group number 1, says, heard what happened. Sorry for your loss. Here if you need me. And then he says, man, I just snapped on SAC. I mean, YG. That scared me. Okay, so Melly's phone connects to Fredo Bang's Wi-Fi at 8:47 a.m. So that we know that he was at least at his house at 8:47. We don't know what time he got there, but we know that he was at least at his house 8:47 a.m. Then Goon messages. Goon is also from recruitment group number 1 and said, just heard what happened or whatever. Are you straight? There are calls from Track to Bortland's phone around noon. And then let me pull the other. Where is it? Okay, so the next day we see that Melly's phone and Track's phone follow that route to go back to the crime scene. Jacoby Mills is the one who said that they went back the next day. Him, Bortland, Melly, and Track all went there the next day. And Track drove in the Kia. They went and parked, and he went into the wooded area to find the guns they threw, and they were able to find one of them. They only used one for the shooting, but he said that they had 2. This is according to him. Now that testimony, that statement, that everything is not allowed in. So it's something that the jury will not be allowed to hear, but we see and she was trying to get it out of what's his name the other day, because she was like, do you remember them making statements? Do you remember Track coming over? Do you remember what they said that they went and did? Do you remember how long it took them? She was trying to get it out of him, but he wasn't budging. So this is the cell phone stuff that just talks about or shows the path that they took to go back the next day. All right, so they go do that, and then you can see their phones traveling together and then traveling back out. 12:27, Melly's phone connects back to Bang's Wi-Fi. And then later that, or as the day goes on, he's getting more texts sent. So Herc sends one and says, it sends him like a snippet of the news or whatever and says, is this true? People are reaching out to him saying, whatever. So Herc says, I'm sorry for your loss. Keep your head up. If you need guidance, let me know. And then at 6:41, this was part of the data yesterday too. At 6:41, they had the location, and it shows where he was at the video shoot. Oh, thank you, Lady in Gray. Thank you. I appreciate it. They had the video shoot, and so we know that he was there. And I had tweeted that video of him, like, they're there later in the day or whatever after this all happened, shooting the video. So the stuff that was added in from Travion Glass, we see that he's later that evening. It's 7:00 that night, and he's telling Travion, tell them F that if they think that I did something like that. We can go to war. You know that I would never do anything like that. I showed them more love than their parents did. Travion tells him to call him, so he calls him on Facebook. And then there's another location, but it's just where they were still filming. Those are the lyrics to the song that he shot, which is actually kind of, you should listen to it if you It's actually kind of, I mean, I guess a lot of their songs are about killing, so it's not that ironic, but whatever. All right, so okay, so here we go. Okay, so this part I thought was interesting too. So you can look at the latitude and longitude is in Hampton Inn in Fort Lauderdale. So he is at 12:41 a.m. At 3:02 a.m. he connects to his own home Wi-Fi. Fredo checks on him, whatever. He says, yes, I appreciate everything. I love you. And he says, love you too. I'm only one phone call away. He says that he's moving to LA. I don't know if that means Louisiana. I think it means Louisiana because I remember seeing something about him saying he was moving to Louisiana, but it could be like, LA, but I don't foresee him going to LA. He says, hit me up if you need him, whatever. Mom sends location, or he sends mom location. Mom says, I love you. Okay, so at 3:23 the next day, on 10:27, 3:23, she says, I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. Why? Why would mom go to his house to get the trash the next day?
Seems shady.
I mean, she lives in a whole different town and it's a gated community. Like you ain't hauling your trash to the dump. So, and it's the following day, and that to me is shady. So it makes me wonder why. What was in that trash? We know that he went home because he connected to his home Wi-Fi, and then she went shortly after that to get the trash. That's interesting, right?
It's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. It was 3:02 a.m. when his phone connected to it, and then it was that afternoon at 3:23 when she got there to go get his trash. Interesting. And then, okay, so at 4:53, his phone connects to Trax Wi-Fi. Now, this is the day that he says he needs to get a gun ASAP. He needs his mom to get him a gun ASAP. So, yeah, it's in the text. That's what I'm saying. If you don't put all this together, these are things you don't see. These texts were in there, and she said that before, but I didn't even pick up on it. And then when I looked at, like, when I put everything together, I was like, wait a minute, this is the day after, and she is in a whole other town. So that's why I like putting everything together, because that's the only time I ever catch anything. At 4:53 a.m., he connects to Trax Wi-Fi. Now, it looks like the only time he's moving is like middle of the night type stuff, early morning type stuff. And then he connects to a Hilton Honors Wi-Fi, and I pulled up the location, and it's like north of Fort Lauderdale. So it's up by where Track lives. And then he connects to it changes from the Hilton Honors to the actual room. He tells his mom to bring Mariah, I'm assuming, to the hotel he's staying at. And again, why would you be staying at a hotel if everything was normal, I guess? And so, okay, at 1:26, Travion Glass says, you got to talk up, bro. All of this is falling on me. And like 40 minutes later, he texts his mom, is like, I need you to get me a gun right now. So Travion Glass says, you need to talk because this is falling on me. And then he tells her, I need a gun right now. She says she's waiting on Track to cash app her $1,000. Is someone threatening you? And he said, no. She said, I want you safe, whatever. They talk about who's sending the money. Thank you, Amanda Davis. Thank you. I appreciate it. She says, answer the phone. It's me. Okay, then later that night, Travion again says, you need to tighten up with all this texting. And he said, don't text anymore. Pull up. Come tell me something. And he said, what do you mean? My friend's mama is hurt. She just wants to hear from y'all. And he said, hope you come. whatever. He says, I'll never see my friends again. Y'all stories don't add up. So I don't know what's going on anymore. And he said, tell me the truth. So Travion is not buying it. He said, I don't believe it. Yeah. He said, I don't believe it, which makes sense. I mean, and I can understand, they were talking about like he had been friends with them for a long time. He said he had been friends with Juvie for over, a decade. He had been friends with Sack for, a few years. So, he had just been with them that night. So, you can tell like through his text, like he had no idea what was going on, but he knows that they're withholding some kind of information because he's like, you need to stop texting about this and come here and talk in person. But he knows that he knows something. He said his story's not adding up.
Yo, did you see that other like go up, like the last text from him? I don't believe anything but what you tell me, but these crackers have everyone's mind wondering, do you not know what they're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty damning.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the story's hard to believe.
Yeah.
It just is. It's like,
yeah.
Yeah. Did they bring up that point during trial that you did about mom coming to scoop the garbage?
Nope, not at all.
It sounds like trying to get rid of some GSR saturated clothes to me.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason for him to get rid of clothes that may have had blood if his story is that they were in the vehicle when the drive-by took place, right? So theoretically, there would be blood on him, but gunshot residue is a different scenario altogether. Yeah. Like that's what you're worried about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I can't believe they whiffed on that. See? That's why you're the best, girl.
I should have been a lawyer.
God damn it. You should have been a detective like Monk.
Oh, I know, right?
Lawyering's horrible.
Yeah, I can imagine. At least when I get tired of it, I can just, turn it off and let the actual lawyers do their job. But when you're in court, you can't.
No.
Let's see. So, yeah, the trash can thing was a big thing for me. Having Travion tell him, like, hey, something's not right and this is going to fall back on me. You need to, start talking or whatever. And then like 30 minutes later, he's like, I need a gun right now. So I think that's very telling too. And that's the thing, that's the problem I've had with this prosecution is that when you layer this stuff together, you're like, oh, dang. But when they're just reading things one at a time in whatever order in between sidebars, it doesn't all come together.
Right. Exactly. I mean, yeah, the cohesiveness of like this in the way that they had to do it just because of those sidebars, it was impossible to follow it.
Yeah.
And then they got Moretti up there just struggling through trying to read the text. And, it's like, he's just,
yeah.
I don't know.
Let's see what else. Then, Herc. So this is recruitment team number 2. Starts talking to him and it's like, he said, we have to watch how we talk to each other. Talk normal, hit me back. And then he said he wants to ask him about some music, if that's cool. Okay, they haven't talked since this happened, other than him saying, sorry for your loss, keep your head up. If you need guidance, let me know. And then he's like, hey, we have to watch how we talk to each other. And that could just be because, if he's thinking like, okay, well, Melly's obviously going to get investigated for this. So, I don't want them reading our text or whatever, it could be just something like that. But it's something that's noticeable. Let's see. This is a lot of like going back and forth. I'm not going to get into too much of that, but there was something else I wanted to point out. Got shows. This is where Mariah and so this was showing that it was Jamie and Melly's phones, but if you look at it, it was Mariah on her phone. So this is just that whole conversation on the 3rd, and this is like that week or so where they were like just fighting nonstop. So they're being not the best to each other. Goon hits him up again. He doesn't answer. He says, how are you holding your head up? Whatever. Let's see. Herc said, good show. Now, this is all like a few days after this. He just like, show has gone on. I pulled some of the stuff. I mean, he was still going on all of his appearances, doing all of his stuff, whatever. Okay, this is the Snapchat stuff. So, this is where he tells her, like when they're arguing or whatever, and this is where he tells her that I'm keeping Portland with me everywhere I go because, if the crackers come grab him, it's my fault and all of that. So at the end, though, I noticed when they're fighting and he's like, stay away, whatever, he says, I'll real deal. And then the next message said, never mind. And she said, kill me. And he said, you got it. I'm never coming around. She said, I'm never coming around again, babes. I can promise you that. And he said, I didn't say that. You never loved me. Look how you're acting. I'll never say shit like that. But the reason that I point that out is not because I necessarily am saying like, oh, he threatened to kill her. Like people talk. But again, if you look at the dates, that was on November 9th. And when the date that they finally, Felicia finally agreed to talk to detectives and she told them that she was scared for her daughter's life was on November 10th. So this was right after that threat.
Yep.
And then the last thing that I saw, well, I mean, there's other stuff you see, but like the last major thing I saw was the video that we saw where he said, oh, I'm getting pulled over. If I don't make it to Juvie's funeral, then, this is why. If you look at the dates that he's texting his mom, he said, he told her he got pulled over, but then after that, he said, I'm not going, go for me. Them people are out there. And she said, yeah, they were at Saks too. I seen them. You didn't. And she said, you have to see Shell. So he's saying, I believe them people is more than likely the police because we know the police were at both of them. And he doesn't want to go because he's been avoiding police, of course. So, and she's trying to tell him like, yeah, they were at Saks' funeral too, but you need to come because you need to come see Shell, Juvie's mom. And he said, I miss her, but I need a break. And if that's like your longtime friend, I mean,
it doesn't add up.
That don't look good, It
doesn't add up. It's a bad look.
It's a bad look. It really is. Then
I'm assuming that when they refer to crackers, that those are the cops as well.
Yeah, me too. Because they had referred to crackers at different time talking about police, so that's the way I took it.
Exactly.
So there's other stuff that kind of that you can see. There's a lot of conversations between now with him talking to her, basically giving like a whole wish list of guns and ammo and stuff. And so now he's like in more contact with him. Talks to Fredo more. Talks to Godfather in December. He the documentary is published
December 2nd.
December
2nd.
Yeah. And then all of this is more conversations with Herc. So he's talking to him now about how, just checking up on you because they care, they're not fake, whatever. And checking in is one of the rules. And, he's like, Herc's like, are we beefing because you're not checking in? And he's like, no, I'm just really busy. I'm flying, whatever. This is when the screen recording comes of where he has him listed, and he's talking crap about him. And he's, and Melly said, when he said, who do you walk with? He said, I walk with Gino, which is, of course, recruitment number 2. So he was mad. Okay, this was the other thing I thought was interesting. Okay, so this is recruitment team number 2, the one that he's been talking to a lot more now. Gino tells Melly, you should drop a few chains and show who you're connected with. Not everybody, of course. So he's asking for jewelry. He's like, drop us a few chains, just, to the higher up, show who you're with. And he says, you're in a position to be a young Don. So basically like, hey, give us jewelry, we'll give you power. And Melly responds, let's do it. And then the next day, $10,000 is transferred into his account from Track. Could be coincidence, but might not be. And ironically, that very same day, his mom said that she had to pawn a gun for $400 because she's broke.
It's my birthday, December 13th.
Oh, is it?
That's when the shit went down.
Yeah.
Cash exchanged hands.
Yep. But I think that's like most of like the things that I've found as I'm layering everything together. So,
amazing work.
Thank you.
Amazing work.
There's more of like I'll say this, like the talk to the recruitment team gets more after the murders. He talks to them more, and he talks to the Godfather more. But
yeah, I mean, it's like, it's one of those cases where you kind of know what happened, but I'm not sure the state's going to be able to prove it. You know what I mean? It's like there's like common sense is telling us what went down here. I mean, it's clearly they recruited him, like in Chicago, like the part of kind of the motive from the state's perspective that I've always taken issue with is because, look, make no bones about it, like gangs, and I happen to live in Chicago. It's a very gang rich, for lack of a better term, gang rich community, so there's it's been like that forever, but these are businesses. Now they're street businesses, but they're businesses nonetheless. And there's a lot of money involved. They're successful businesses. It's underground, it's black market type shit. It's dealing. It's like all the things that they do to operate, but there's a huge amount of money involved. And, for them to like get like Melly, to get a kid like this to jump in and recruit him and have him, like, to me, it's super bad business.
Yeah.
Say, all right, look, your initiation is going to be, because typically that's what it is. I mean, typically you got to kill somebody because they have to have that leverage over you, having knowledge that you've done something in order for them to have the power and the domain over you as a member, right? Yeah. I mean, there's got to be that thing. Like in Chicago, the thing is like I always, like, if I saw somebody driving on the expressway with their headlights off, I always used to, flash them. Mm-hmm. But what the move started being like about 10 years ago is that if you turned off your, if you flash somebody, that kids that were getting initiated into a gang that had to go out and do dirty and kill somebody, that's what they do. They drive with their headlights off. And then the first person that flashed them to let them know their headlights are off, that's who they would shoot. So it was random. Yeah. To me, to have him kill two of his best friends when he's in the car with them, setting him like with this drive-by story, just seems like really bad business. I mean, to like from their perspective, in terms of the hierarchy, I'm sure they're having conversations like, well, this kid's got clout, he's got money, he's got fame. I'm like, do we want to expose him to criminal liability by having him do what everybody else has to do, but can we treat him special just because he's that, so I'm sure those conversations took place in terms of, because to me, it's clear that he's in, and I'm like, to me, that is, people can tell me whatever they want, but it's clear that he is, despite his fame and fortune, has made the incredibly stupid mistake of getting initiated, but it's like, you are where you grow up, what I mean? I mean, that's what he's known. These are his people. These are his homies. That's his hood, so it's like, it's easy to sit out on the sidelines and be like, wow, what would ever possess him to do that? And, it's like I said, you are where you grow up. I mean, you are what your environment makes you. And then those are your people. you know, and it's like, I don't know, like it just like, but from the business perspective of the gang to put him at risk like that, like he is now, just seems like really bad business, which is like, I'm sure that the defense is going to argue that side of it, because I don't know how successful they'll be being able to separate him from the fact that he is now officially a member. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that they've made that case.
Yeah.
Really do. You know, I think that case is stronger than maybe, because, you know, but like it's common sense, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I'm always saying, like Occam's razor, like what makes the most sense that happened here?
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, who knows that these dudes are driving at that time after they've left the studio, and we're assuming that the concept would be that it was the rival gang, right? I mean, that's the concept of who would have done the drive-by.
Yeah.
You know, and at that point, do they even know that Melly's in? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like just parts of the story. And when he's got his own people saying like, yo, man, you gotta break this down for me, man. You gotta tell me what's up, because it's not adding up, you know? And like, I think that one text that you found is huge.
Yeah.
Did they like, have they grabbed her phone to find out where the hell she went after she got the garbage?
No.
You know, I mean, like,
they haven't said anything about it. Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, like, if I'm the cops, that's the first thing I'm doing. I'm like, oh, did you see this text?
Yeah.
The day after, she comes and picks up his garbage.
Yeah.
Why would she do that? Exactly like you said, that makes no sense unless she's getting rid of evidence for her son. You know, I mean, because they know they're like, you know, and like everyone knows that we are on the grid with our phones.
Yeah.
Like, this is like, it is not a mystery. Like, they had to know that they were going to have all this data, all of it, you know, and like there had to have been conversations in person, not over the phone, about how this was going to go down. Yeah. You know, because like when you think about when they're walking out of the studio and he walks and gets into a particular seat, that was orchestrated ahead of time. It had to have been.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like show me some videos of Melly getting into the car with his number one homie driving, and he's getting in the back seat. You know, it's like did you have a friend group like in high school? Mm-hmm. You know, and it was like there was the dude that had the car, and in your case, your girlfriend that had the car, and there was always the number one homie that had shotgun.
Yeah.
You know,
I always had shotgun because I had the longest legs, but
right.
We always had our seats. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We all had our seats, and like, this seems like, show me some of that evidence. Show me that what he did that night is different than what would normally happen when these dudes are hanging out. Like, it has to exist somewhere. There has to be video that shows what the norm was in terms of when these guys were rolling deep somewhere together, which happened all the time. Like, they were a crew, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's a lot there that I'm kind of left wanting. I mean, granted, I felt that the forensic evidence was pretty strong. Yeah. You know, it really was. And I don't know, like, well, let's get some questions, because here's what, like, I'm going to jump back on. I got to jump on a Zoom at 1, but I'm going to come back to you because I want to get to, I know that people have questions, but let's start handling some of those now. I'm going to handle that Zoom. It should probably only take 15 or 20 minutes. Okay. And then I'm going to jump back on. Is that cool?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What question? I had a list and I forgot to pull it up, but I'll have it back up for when you come back, because the legal questions that people were wanting to ask. But if you were the defense attorney though for this, how my biggest question is, how could they explain the car leaving at a certain time, getting there at a certain time? It's consistent with movement the entire time, from the time it took them to get there, the data points where they're, caught on camera and everything. The cell phones don't show that they're slowing down, all that. He has his phone before because we see it in his hand. He has his phone after because he sends it to Fredo. So how would you explain, how could anybody explain, like, how?
I mean, the only way they're gonna have to lean in, and I'm talking about the defense, to the fact that this was truly a drive-by. You know what I'm saying? Like, in terms of like the timeline is what it is.
Yeah.
There's no way to undo it. You know, it's just like Murdoch. I mean, it was what it was with respect to where he was. You know, I mean, can you know exactly what he's doing? No. Like, in terms of, it's like, I was on a YouTube a couple days ago, or I was on something, and I was talking about, you know, like when I'm on the phone, I'm pacing. You know what I mean? Like, that's just like, if I'm on an hour-long phone call, I probably take 1,000 steps because I'm just walking and talking. You know, I mean, you never know what steps mean, but like when you have that amount of steps, which, you know, if I'm out walking my dog, when I walk my dog at night, like 2,000 steps is just shy of a mile for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
that's a long walk.
Yeah.
You know, and his boy's going off heading to the hospital.
Yeah.
Like it's those are the questions. Like, if I'm the jury, that I'm going to have a real hard time believing anything else other than, why wasn't this guy in the car as well? Why isn't he getting out? You know, and I think the defense's argument is going to be because he's trying to protect his career. You know, that it's that situation where he actually is trying to shield himself, whether, and I'm talking about even in the drive-by scenario, like that, you know, but to me, if I'm the state, I'm counter arguing and I'm saying, look, that feeds into your whole persona.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that you were a victim of a drive-by, like I would expect you to be writing lyrics and dropping a beat over that shit in like 2 days, dude. I mean, it's the shit that you're rapping about constantly. You know, I mean, that's my counter argument. If the defense is going to come in and say, well, you know, he was trying to protect his career. You know, if you're wondering why he got out of the car, why he didn't go to the hospital with the rest of them, and it's because he wanted to pull himself out of that situation because he's got this career. You know, and he's got business associates and contracts with people that, you know, probably have moral turpitude clauses and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of different angles you can go. I mean, I'm fascinated to see what the defense is going to do. You know, but it's like, does it add up? Like, you know, it's got that serious OJ feel to it. You know what I mean? Like, where we all kind of, we all have a pretty good idea what went down, but I just don't necessarily, because it's like, evidentiary speaking, they had a lot of evidence in OJ as well. You know, now I mean, after the fact, we know that, you know, that the jury, no matter what the state would have proven during that case, that, and I didn't think they had met their burden, just because Ito lost control of that courtroom and that trial back then. But, you know, when you look at a case like this, I mean, they're similar in the sense that there's that smoking gun kind of evidence, but there's definitely a lot of smoke there. I mean, like, to me, is old school as the dowel rod thing is. I mean, it's pretty powerful to see it. But, you know, and like when they have the forensic guy in there talking about that he's got to hold his arm like this I mean, it's just not true. I mean, he could definitely lean back. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I knew what the defense was trying to do, you know, but I mean, we can manipulate our bodies in a million different ways,
right,
in order to make something happen. So like, I knew that he was trying to create some wiggle room for their narrative and show that it, like, that's just not a way that you would shoot anybody. You know, like, you know what I'm talking about, that particular testimony. So I don't know. I mean, like, what is your gut? Like, how are you feeling about the case? So, like, because we have to assume we're very close to the end.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So what are you feeling? And like, not from a personal perspective. Pretend that you're a juror. Pretend that you know nothing about this case. Pretend that you're not Brandi, and pretend that you don't do charts. Pretend that you're just a blank slate up there, and you sat there and you've listened to this evidence. Do you think they've made the case?
I mean, the thing about reasonable doubt is that it has to be reasonable. And seeing the knowing that the shots came from that seat, knowing that we saw him get into that seat, the car didn't stop until, it got there, and then him and the guns were both gone. It's hard to, and again, we haven't heard defense yet, but as of this point, I mean, I've tried every single day, in streaming stuff to say, like, hey, if y'all have theories, if you have something that works with the evidence, like, not the people that are just coming in and saying like, oh, it was really a drive-by. Okay, it wasn't a drive-by. It, we have the like glass on the side of the road, and we have the, like, there wouldn't be a drive-by in the Everglades. You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't have passed their house to go out there and then had a drive-by. Like, it's just not logical. And if they, did, then it wouldn't have. I mean, why would all the other stuff be happening?
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, I'm with you. It's that Occam's razor thing. It's like it's the simplest explanation is typically the right one. And like you said, I mean, it's kind of, and I'm always coming from a defense side angle, I mean, like, that's my job, is to try to create and understand and develop alternate theories of what could have happened, because it's like, and I'll jump in. So let me jump on the Zoom, but I'm 100% coming back. Give me like 20. Okay. All right. Do you have like enough way to kill time?
Oh,
yeah. Am I leaving you hanging? All right.
No, you're good.
Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's my thing. Reasonable doubt is not all doubt. Reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. And that's what I'm wondering. Thank y'all for the super chats, by the way. But yeah, I'm wondering how anything else could work. And when I looked at the chart, wherever it went, and I haven't even had time to, what did I do with it? Did I close it? Oh no, there it is. I just can't see. When I looked at, let me put my old lady glasses back on. There were a few other things that I found too, that, I mean, there was just a lot. Why would she go there to get his trash the next day and lie to everybody about it? And, or not lie to everybody about that specifically, but about multiple other things. I mean, we even saw, messages where, Travion was saying, your stories aren't adding up. Y'all aren't telling the truth. You need to start talking. I don't know. I can't think of another way. I will say this too. There were a few things I found that, I'll show you real quick while we're looking at this. Okay. So also, it makes me really sad to see the messages or the tweets and stuff from SAC leading up to it, because you can tell that like his last, couple of weeks were like really tough on him. You could tell that he was feeling really not appreciated and undervalued and stuff like that. That's, and that's really sad. That makes me sad. Why don't they ask her about it? Do you think they don't know about the trash? I'm not sure. They have to know, right? I mean, it's in the text message. And all it took for it to stand out was to put it in the timeline. They would have to know, right? I can't be the only one who found that. Because, I mean, we all heard it, but it just didn't stand out until I put it in the full timeline. It was one of the messages read, though. It that came directly from the published pages. Okay, Alexis, so you thought she was just doing a favor for her son, like going to get his trash? Because she didn't even say, I'm going to, let's see exactly how she worded it. Going to get your trash, I think. Yeah, when the statement, I did too. That's the way I did. I mean, because I heard her read it, and then it didn't click with me until I put it in the full timeline. That's the first time it popped out to me. Where'd it go? Right here. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. Going to somebody else's house. Look at it like this. He only went back to his house early morning hours. It showed he connected at 3 a.m. or something. He connected to his Wi-Fi, which is the only way that they even knew he went there, that I know of anyway. The only way that's been presented that I've seen. At 3:08 a.m., right? And then what was it? 3:02 a.m. Okay, so he connected it at 3:02 a.m. or it connected automatically, whatever, at 3:02 a.m. And then she went later that day. So if I were the state, I would be saying, okay, he went home. This is like 24 hours after it happened. He went home and, got stuff he needed, whatever. And then left again. If I were the prosecutor, I would say he went home, grabbed some stuff so he could be like on the run, because he basically was. He didn't go home again. He like staying in a hotel up in north of Fort Lauderdale. And then talking about how he's moving to Louisiana. Or LA, but I took it as Louisiana. So I would say he went home to, grab stuff to be on the run and, put whatever he put from that night or morning, whatever, in the trash, possibly forgot about it, didn't think about it, whatever. And then, sent mom over there to get it and get rid of it as soon as possible. Picking up trash a whole city away in a gated community. It ain't like they don't come around and get your trash. So, and there were other people staying there. I mean, Melly was the only one that didn't, like Withers and AD and I mean, whoever else. There were multiple people staying there. Well, see, Mike Savage, the reason I say Louisiana is because I remember they tried to, possibly because of death penalty stuff, they tried to get to say he's not a Florida resident, that he's a resident of Louisiana. And then he had two attorneys from Louisiana that he filed motions for them to be able to represent him here. And it was approved, but then they were indicted on 11 federal charges each and disbarred and are not, could no longer do it. Oh, speaking of which, they did not know he was involved or know if he was involved. They had not been able to talk to him. They said that he was at Fredo Bang's house, which is where some of the other ones came from, but some of the other ones that they interviewed, but that all the ones who came in, that they talked to or whatever, nobody said he was there. And I just can't think of. I mean, he's never spoken to police. The only communication that he's had, because he avoided them in the beginning, and then when he got arrested for marijuana charges, they tried to talk to him about it there. They flew out to talk to him there, and he wouldn't speak to him. He said he had a lawyer. His lawyer told them that the documents say that the lawyer said, he tried to talk to the officer or the detective or whatever, and he didn't. He, based on the detective's demeanor, tone, or something like that, he decided that however he worded it, that it will be in Melly's best interest. He's not going to speak to them based on the detective's whatever behavior, demeanor, however they worded it. So he still, to this day, has not talked to anybody, which is nuts to me. That's nuts to me that he's gone this whole time. It's crazy. The trash thing stood out. I should go through and highlight the things that were. This part too, where is it? Travion says, you need to talk up because all of this is falling on me. Because, he spoke to him, I guess. So he said, you need to speak up because all this is falling on me. And then right after that, right after he talked to Travion, he told his mom, get him a gun right now. As far as I know, he's paying for his own defense. Him and Track's a whole other story. Oh, also, I find it very interesting. It was right after the Snapchat threat that Felicia, it was the next day that Felicia reached out to. Now she reached out to them, remember? She contacted police on November 10th. That was literally the day after this. The day after he said, I'll real deal. And she said, kill me. And he said, you got it. And then he backtracked and said that he didn't say that he would never say that. But it was the next day that she contacted police and said she's in fear for her daughter's life and wanted to talk to everybody. When you see it all together for that. This is one of the things I have thought about over and over and over. And I have thought about it to the point where I think, well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it wasn't anything, any hidden meaning or, anything else that I'm making it out to be. Maybe it was just you're so screwed up it should have been you, or you've, messed everything up or whatever. I've thought about that a million times, like, trying to go over different theories and make sense. Okay, let's say we've done a lot trying to poke holes in this, and I mean, look where that's gotten us. We're gonna have to wait on the defense to see what they have to say. Well, I mean, we don't have to, but I want to think about something else right now. Let's say right now all the evidence is pointing to him doing it. Does this all coming together give you any insight into possible motive? Because the things I keep thinking about are they're bringing up the gang stuff for a reason. And I did notice that there was more communication after. I noticed that she made sure to explain what set tripping is. And Sack had been very vocal on social media about not liking the new people hanging around. So and Gino sent him while he's on there talking about the oath, or while he's on there talking about G shines and stuff. Gino sends him that text that has the oath about, loyalty and how you have to do whatever. And he kept reading the text before I got banned or whatever. Yeah, we could see it, but he kept reading the texts that were coming in about, and he was saying, like he was getting texts literally while he's on live. He's getting texts about Sack because he said something about it and then said, y'all don't know the real him. And from his stuff, it said, from Sack's text, it made it sound like everybody was coming at him. You can tell between his tweets, their conversations together where Melly is telling him, like, don't worry about it. We know how we are, whatever. What was read by the unmasked, uncovered guy? Oh, the oath? Is that what you're talking about? I've thought about the argument thing, but the way that everything sounds like it played out is that they were asleep. So if there was an argument, then I think he would have been facing backwards, or at least sitting up instead of like hunched over. So it makes me feel like, if they got into an argument, it would have been before they got into the car, I would think. Money's still a big one. And I noticed in that live too, he could just be talking about his career or whatever, but he said, I'm 19 and I'm about to come into $1 million or whatever. I have had many people tell me that. It pays to be nosy. He would have done that over FaceTime, I'm sure, because FaceTime is listed as a data mark on your phone instead of a like a call thing. See, my thing is, whether she went outside or inside isn't the thing that is weird to me or sketchy to me. It's her going there in the first place. Because remember, like Withers and whoever else, I can't remember who else, were staying. The AD, they were staying there too. Travion said that he had been there, but he wasn't one of the ones living there, I think. But Withers was staying there. And they were there the next day when police actually went by to try to talk to him. They came up. So there were other people there. So it's not like they just needed somebody to go get the trash. And if he just needed somebody to go get the trash, wouldn't you ask your buddy that lives in the neighborhood instead of your mom who lives 2 towns away? Oh, I was looking. What was I about to look up? The FaceTime and all of that. Let's see. The house is not far from the hospital. So that's another thing too. He is staying at a hotel north of Fort Lauderdale. He only went to his house in the very, very early morning hours and then left. Didn't go back after that. Didn't go to the hospital. Didn't go to the funerals. Let's do a poll. See if seeing it all together has changed our percentage at all. Oh, I forgot. I got to deal with whatever that was that. I feel like she definitely did take the garbage with her. Okay. This poll is us. What you think, not what you think has been proven yet, just because we haven't heard the defense yet. This is just as of what we've seen and putting it all together. If you're leaning toward guilty or innocent, or guilty or not guilty. And I'm not going to do an undecided on this one. I'm just doing guilty, not guilty, because it's just which way are you leaning? Like, which way are you? Like, if this were a civil case and your only burden of proof was it is more likely that he is guilty than it is that he's not guilty, then what would you say? Kayla D, I thought about that too, because when she said she's at the gate, they have the videos. You know, we saw the red Mitsubishi coming in. So we would have to have a video of her. We have a timestamp of when she was at the gate. You know, we don't know who, if she rode with somebody else or whatever, you know, like she could have been. But I mean, even if she did, there would have to be Ring doorbells, you know, in a neighborhood like that too, right? Well, I mean, I guess it's a gated community. You can't get in anyway, but. His mom went and got the trash the next day. Is that what you're asking? She texted him and said, "I love you. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash." Yeah, they have cameras. Okay, this is, here we go, right here. This is the picture of them, of the red Mitsubishi going in. And there's two gates to the neighborhood. There's one right here, and this is their house. Here's Fredo's house, and there's another gate right here. I have like looked at this trying to find, you know, some alternate theory. Oh, they did show the school. They finally showed it. The school camera footage, they finally showed it. They had the one guy, like the records custodian guy, come bring it. And then defense had to look at it because they said that their file was corrupted when they got it. But they were able to look at it. And then they entered it in through Moretti when he was on the stand. Taylor, I've thought about this a lot. Do we think that they have a story, or are they just going to try and create reasonable doubt by poking holes? They've definitely been trying to poke holes this whole time, but I feel like as a juror, I would feel like if you don't have some kind of alternate story, it would be really hard. Because the biggest question is, when everything points in one direction, the big question is, okay, if not him, then who and how? She would have to, or he, sorry, would have to he would have to explain getting out. Where did you get out? How did you get out when none of the data shows that it's consistent with the car stopping until it got there. So how did you get out? Where did you get out? Why did you get out? Why did you take both guns with you and the satchels they were in? Why did you not go to the hospital? Why did you not go home? Why did you not talk to police? Why did you not talk to the victims' families? Why did your mom go get the trash the next day? Why did you get a new phone a day or two later? So many whys. My biggest thing I keep going back to is reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. Are we talking about what he said to police? Which part? That part was hard to watch, especially because, you know, I read the comments when I was looking at her stuff. I read the comments, and you know, the victims' families were commenting on there like, you know, you haven't even spoke to us. And then you saw, you know, Trayvion's messages. He's like, dude, my friend's mom is, you know, they're hurting. They're never going to see their sons again, and you're just doing whatever it is you're doing. So there were a couple of things too, like that. Okay, so oops. So this was October 30th. So this was a couple days later. And said, send a prayer for my brothers. Their mama's crying right now, but I got them for life. They my mamas. Here's what makes me mad about this. He said, their mamas are crying, but I've got them for life. They're my mamas. But he didn't even see them or talk to them or reach out to them when this happened. So why say it on Facebook or Twitter? I'm trying to read some comments too, but gave money, tried to give her that red Mitsubishi, told her that they were going to give her, you know, Melly was going to give her a car because he loves her so much. This is kind of exactly where I'm at right now. Like in my gut, I feel like he's guilty. But I am not completely closed off. If defense comes out and, you know, gives me something else to, you know, believe in, or some kind of other reasonable option, then, you know, then I'm open to it. Let's see what else. There was oh, I showed y'all this, right? How intense it was to verify that that video that I got in trouble for was the video that they were talking about in the messages. Having to like pull up the it took forever. This stuff is really sad. Looking at the text or tweets leading up to the to the birders, it's hard because I feel so bad for seeing, and look, I know like there's no such thing as a perfect victim. Like I'm not saying that, Sack was like, or Juvie were like these, angel do-gooders who, went around like, rescuing dogs and kissing babies and stuff. I'm not saying that, but their lives were lost, and it is possibly by, at the hands of like one of their best friends that they trusted. And that's incredibly sad. So it's hard to see the last moments and the last like weeks and how everything played out. I didn't get a strike, y'all. I don't think. Let me double check. I have a bunch of people messaging me making sure. It said it didn't affect my channel, but that I just can't monetize this video or something. I think so it said. All right, let's see. It's gone now. I can't even find it now. There's nothing. There's no thing. Oh well. If they boot me, then it was nice to know y'all. Just joking. All right, let's look at this. The oh gosh, and I've got bad words up there. Sorry. Look, this is one of Sack Chaser's last tweets. That's sad, isn't it? Thank you, God, for everything. There was also this is from October 21st. And he posts this and he says, "I'm super proud of you." And this was on the 21st. Okay, so think about it like this. If he's guilty, and this was like one of the last things that he posted, like how freaking sad is that? Also, the text from let me look. Oh, I forgot. Let me look at this. This is the this is where they did the video shoot, if you recognize it. For that video they did the next day. So this is where they did it. This is the parking lot. This is the venue that could not be canceled and the show had to go on. That's it. Which frustrates me. Okay, so look, these are some of the ones leading up to it too. On the 20th, he says, "You weren't here for 7 or 8 years. You don't mean a thing to us." So that one stood out to me a lot because he's literally saying, if you aren't in their close group, you don't mean anything to us. I just feel like it almost makes me feel like this was like pushed by somebody else. Maybe. I don't know. It was in Melbourne, Florida. The video was originally on Instagram Live, yeah. But I played it off of YouTube. Because you can't get the Instagram Lives anymore afterwards, I guess. All right, I'm ending this one. 90% is what it's showing guilty. So that's the highest it's been. Oh, yeah, we were doing this. Sorry, I haven't had sleep. He said, "I don't care. The reason these folks are upset is because I'm doing something." Don't even argue with people. Just never let anybody who isn't supposed to be around come around anymore. Oh, this one. "I will find a way to get everyone to see things like I see things. Not joining the mix to be liked. Not selling my soul for nothing in the world." He said, the only thing I fear is God. This is all the week before, too. The only thing I fear is God. These are all Sack Chaser. We take care of each other and have faith. Here's another one. Don't ever think that he's just riding the wave. He's been on this. He's been on this. I just don't like fame like that. All of them are my little brothers. Pay no one attention because you know what happens if you get mad. I didn't think about that. Oh, I guess we can, so it can. I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to. I don't know anything about all that. I've never had them do that before. I guess the email said it was interrupted. Copyright content was detected, but after it's no longer being streamed, it's automatically enabled. And then my thing said it's not affecting my channel or anything like that. So who knows? It should be fine. I don't think so. Because they said that when Polo was on the stand, he said that how did he word it? Like when they were looking at it before that, you know, he like at first or whatever they thought they might be, and then you know, after going through everything, they determined that they weren't. And the contact that they had, he specifically said, you know, both of the two recruiting teams or whatever, that neither of them had any contact with them. So I have my settings different. That's why mine are a little bit stricter. That's okay. All right, let's see what else. This stuff is, let's see, October 3rd. Oh, Melly posted this. I was down, but I was never sad. We always had faith. And he tagged Sack. And that was on September 30th. I was down bad, but I was never sad. We always had faith. But there are no texts that were shown. I want to know more about the show he missed. Let's look at that. So it was the 23rd when she started texting him. It was the 22nd that he was supposed to perform. So he's talking to the G-Shine recruiter people. All that evening. Okay, sure. He says at 3, so he did get his hair done. At 3:22, he was getting his hair done. I mean, I don't know what he had done to it, so I don't know how long it would have taken. But if the show is open, like, okay, this is it. And they're open until 3 a.m. And he was in the chair at 3:22 p.m. I mean, that's 12 hours later that they're open. I still want to know what happened to the snake. Oh, Raven. Speaking of snakes. Let me pull some stuff up. There's a few things that I saw that I haven't had enough time to verify, so I don't want to share them until I do, because y'all know I only like to verify stuff. It ain't good. Here's my thing with her. I haven't been a fan since the beginning. I thought it was disrespectful to the victims' families, the way that she behaved. So I got a bad vibe. And then when I read the deposition and what she said to Sack's mom and the way she said it and the way she was to her, and I don't think I've ever like read like a deposition or something and said, "Oh my God," but I did on that one. And then I kept digging. When I first found, when I pulled her arrest records, I was like, okay, well, that's spicy, but it's not like anything too crazy. And then it got worse. She has a lot of complaints against her. Raven. This is Raven. She has complaints about her. Okay, let me start by saying this. I have a lot of information on a lot of other people involved in this that I have not brought out because I think that you should only, it's public record, but unless you go digging like I do, but I don't want to victimize people who aren't, who it's whatever. For her, however, she has not been, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, respectful or kind or useful. I still don't know why. I do know why, because it was fake, but I still don't know why they could not have trial. Because she's only done one cross-examination, and it was, I mean, bro, he explained that, that it wasn't pinging on the towers literally 6 times, and she still didn't understand what he was saying. I'm trying so hard. Like, you can tell that, like, I don't have the right words to try to be nice. I'm too tired to come up with, like, nice words. I just don't like certain things, and mistreating children is one of them. So, there was a petition. Oh, I have to find out. See, there's part of it that, like, I want to tell y'all everything. But I have to find out if I'm legally allowed to before I do. And I'm trying to get verification on that. Let me see if it's... Because if it's sealed now, then I can... Dang it! I still haven't gotten the confirmation. I can't share yet. I have to protect myself. I don't want to go to jail for y'all. But I'll check back, because but I can't share it on. I can tell y'all where to search. Y'all can email me. Y'all can say whatever you want to. This is... I'm like, okay. All right. Let me get off that topic, because until I get... The thing is like, it's so, I feel like there are certain things that when you do them, people should know, and they should know what kind of person you are. And I think that I know, but there was a petition to seal this, and I have to make sure that it didn't. I have to protect myself. I know it's... Oh, but also I can show you this, because this is definitely not sealed. I'll show you this while we wait on Bob. He'll be back in a minute. All right, let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is Roland Bennett. Roland Bennett was a defense attorney. Yeah, there's people in the hallway. So Lucy's not happy about it. Like, that's her hallway. So this is Roland Bennett. So I have to get my mind right because I'm like so trying not to say anything else. Okay. You can say that. You can definitely say that. Okay, so this is Roland Bennett. So he has been disbarred for felony convictions involving moral turpitude. So he was an attorney in California, but he is actually, he and Raven, both from Miami, went to the same law school. And he was convicted. He pled guilty of felony convictions involving moral turpitude. So basically, he was like tampering with witnesses to get to have them not testify, which is so ironic considering none of the witnesses in this case will testify. So, what's ironic about that is that he, which I didn't know this until recently, he, I guess when he got disbarred, now he is the personal assistant to none other than Raven Liberty. And I think that's incredibly ironic since he was like paying witnesses and stuff like that to, not talk, and he's convicted of it. And he just happens to be so close to this witness or this case, and we can't get a freaking witness to come in to save our lives. So ironic. There's also, yeah, this whole thing is freaking dirty. There are some things that I know that are public that I can pull up. Let me see. That I know I can't get in trouble for. Everything. Let me tell you the shade. This has been like one of the shadiest. I mentioned to y'all the like, are they just banging or are they knocking on my door? I really don't even know anymore. Oh, Bob's back. Hello.
Hi, sorry that took longer than it was supposed to.
Oh, that's okay.
It was business though.
That's okay.
So what have y'all been doing?
Just hanging out, like counting the clock, waiting on you to come back. We had actually talked about possible Lucy. Gosh, she's going nuts. Are you okay? Come here. Nobody's scared of you. You're 6 pounds. Come here. We did a poll to see what the statistics were like now after seeing everything all together, and it was the highest one we've had. I think it was what I say, y'all, like 90% or 95% or something like that guilty. So it's the highest one we've had so far.
So I mean that tells us that the state has done their job. You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to see when the defense comes in. But man, like you kind of know what their story's going to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like how much are they going to be able to change my mind? Because I'm on the guilty side too. It's the only thing that makes sense. It sounds like bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like everything that guy just said is bullshit. Like that, it's that type of thing. Like their story to me is just, it's not ringing true. It just sounds super convenient, and there's just gaping holes, and like the fact that he's off his phone for 2 hours is as telling is the fact that he was on his phone. Like talking about a pattern. This guy, like that's what I was talking about. Like this guy's getting hit up constantly.
Yeah.
All the time. And then there's this gap.
Yeah.
Where he's radio silent. That ain't him. That's not his shit. It's like, that speaks volumes. And like, I mean, I guess the counter argument could be, well, you just survived a drive-by. What do you think that he'd really be doing if he just fucking survived a drive-by?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like he, with him, we talked about this a little bit when you were going to, like with him not going to the hospital, not going to, to talk to the families, that he supposedly loved. I had, there was one.
I'm saying that this kid, we live in the age of live. If that kid would have just like actually survived a drive-by, he would have gone live. I guarantee it. Like there's no way that he wouldn't have, because it fits his whole persona.
Yeah.
He'd be like, holy shit, motherfucker, I just saw, I mean, it would, like, I have no doubt.
If he
had
posted,
just like, and where's all the text messages? Like, holy shit, they just came up on us. You know what I mean? There's like nothing there that you would expect that somebody that had just like survived a drive-by, that none of that exists. Like all the things that you would expect to see from a kid like that, who puts out the content that he does, and he comes off like he's like, the hard, like he's street, and like that's his shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what like half of his songs are about, you know what I mean? It's like, and when he has something in real life like that occur, he's not hitting anybody up.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't hit his mother up. Like, oh my God, moms, I just, you know what I mean? It's like, to me, that's as telling as anything else.
Well, it's like, cause it's like the stuff that, the calls and stuff that he made were, like data stuff, like, so that it's not, they said that the FaceTime call, that shows up as like on the cell records. It doesn't show up as like a call or, whatever that could be, you can't get as much information out of that as you can, like if he'd actually called on the phone. But so FaceTime calls and, stuff like that are like kind of the way to avoid a lot of, getting, not that he did a lot else to avoid getting, I mean, this is like, if he's guilty, this is like the worst, like the worst stage drive-by I've ever seen. That's another thing too, because there's no chance in my mind that it was a drive-by. So what, and that, of course, the thing that Melly has going for him is that he's not the one who said it to police, so he's not on record saying it. He said it in a FaceTime call that was talked about in a deposition, but then that can't even really be admitted because now all of a sudden she has amnesia. So they don't have anything on the record of him saying it was a drive-by, so they can say that that was, Cortland's lie, not his, but they still would have to have some kind of explanation as to where he went and why, like, and why he would just, we know that he was on that road, like right by his house. Why would he have gotten off on the road by his house instead of,
I'm just gonna walk. I'm feeling it. I feel like getting a little exercise, so I'm gonna do 1,700 steps. Right. Like my thing is, like, I'm gonna say it again. It looks like we got, like, I think Maximilian is I think Maximilian might be the 1% not guilty. It looks like. I don't know. You guys tell me in the chat. Like, I was checking it out. I was trying to see what's up. Yeah, like, but to me, like that gap in time where he's radio silent, like no matter what he's using.
Yeah.
Like I'm just telling you, we live in this world of lives, and that I've got like a 17-year-old daughter. It's what they do. You know what I'm saying? And if you have a life event like that and you've got that kind of following, like, to me, the fact that that didn't happen just speaks volumes to me.
Yeah.
It really does. To me, that sounds like it's a guy who's trying to get his shit together because he's got a story, like a story to sell, like in like the very near future.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he knows the shit's going to come down, so they got to, like, you know, and like they had to have planned it to some extent, right?
Yeah,
Like
because they had to know to drive out there.
exactly, and they had to come up with the content. That's why I'm saying, that's what I was talking about, like what their force of habit is in terms of who sits where typically when they're rolling four deep. You know what I mean? Like who sits where in the car? Why is he getting in the rear seat of behind the driver? You know, like, why is he sitting there when he always sits up front? I mean, do you think Melly's the guy who's sitting in the back? I don't think so. I think he's a front seat cat. Like, I think he's got his boys driving. And I think he's probably like passenger seat. He's shotgun. Like I imagine he's always shotgun if he's not driving himself. You know what I mean? So like those kind of things, like, to me. But at the end of the day, I don't know that they're going to need it. Like that's the thing that I keep trying to figure out. I'm like, what is the defense going to be able to posit to the jury that's going to change what factually occurred, that we know occurred? You know, like what can exist? And I mean, they're going to have to lean on reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
They're just like, they're obviously, I don't think that they're going to have some other guy, like a Saudi defense. I don't think they're going to be able to point their finger at some other guy. You know, I don't think that they're going to be able to say, okay, this is who we believe it was. You know, it's like, I mean, I'm assuming that they went and got like any kind of, like in any case, that they went and got any available video from that road to see if there were any cars that came by. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be businesses or homes with Ring cameras or whatever the case may be. There has to be, like, we just don't live in a world where you're not going to catch shit on video anymore. It's like, we're not quite to the level that they are in like the UK where everything's on CCTV, but like, we're close. It's pretty hard to skate through anywhere in this country without being caught on video somewhere. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm assuming, because if I'm the defense, that's what I'm digging into. Like, if I believe my client, and just so you all know, it's like, and I talk about it in my podcast, which is Defense Diaries. And if you don't listen to it, you should. I think it's the best podcast.
Yes, it's amazing.
You know, but I talk about it all the time. Like, when my clients come in initially, like to see if they're going to retain us, like, I never ask them, did you do it? You know, like, that's not what I ask them. And there's two reasons that I never do that. One, because if I come up with an alternate defense and they told me something else in that first meeting, I can't put them on the stand if they want to, even if they want to get on the stand to go on in suborn perjury. Like, if I've come up with a different theory of defense, and two, I don't want to have a moral conflict. Like, if it's somebody, like if it's a heinous crime, like I don't want somebody coming in and tell me, yeah, I did this, because like, I'm a human being first and foremost. And I have to worry about my ability to be able to compartmentalize in my mind, saying, okay, like, this is my job, and this is how I feel morally about what the fuck is going on in front of me. And I can't have them blend in together because it affects my ability to do what I do for a living. And you know, and if people that listen to my pod have heard this, and people that haven't, you know, defense attorneys aren't bottom feeders, scumbags that are trying to get people off on technicalities. What we do is we defend the principles of the Constitution for us. Like, make no bones about it. The prosecution represents the government. I know that it says the people of the state versus whoever, but they are the government. They are not looking to shrink our civil rights. They are looking to expand the civil rights, or the searching rights, or the ability of law enforcement to get into our lives, as opposed to what we do is we try to maintain our civil liberties. We try to keep them at bay. Like, when you have a case, say, for instance, if I file a motion to suppress on a drug case, and I'm saying, look, the cops violated this guy's Fourth Amendment right, and they performed an unreasonable search and seizure, and the judge hears all the evidence and we argue it, and they say, okay, well, sorry, Mr. Prosecutor, we're gonna, like, I'm suppressing the evidence because your cops violated the Constitution and they violated this guy's rights. Your case is done because you're going to lose your evidence. And, you know, you don't blame the defense attorney for protecting the Constitution there, because if we don't file those motions and they don't have those teeth, like where they lose their evidence, then the cops are doing whatever they want to do with no regard for the law at all. And we've entered this like part of our society in terms of the age of our society to where we now know what defense attorneys and other people have been trying to say. All cops are not great people. There are a lot of bad cops out there and they have a ton of power, and, you know, they can do really, really bad things. So what we do is we police the police. Like, we are the last line of defense. If we're not in there filing those motions and saying, look, this guy violated this guy's constitutional rights. Yeah. Does that maybe allow one criminal to walk? You're not blaming the defense attorney. You're blaming the cop.
Yeah.
Didn't do their job properly. Like, just do the job right. And if you get the evidence, you're getting the conviction. It's simple. It's like, it's super simple concept, because, you know, and the other part of it is, like, you need competent attorneys on both sides, because the worst thing that can ever happen is have, like, a case, say for instance, like a murder case, and you have to have the victims' families go through that a second time because the thing gets overturned on appeal because you had some piece of shit defense attorney there that didn't know what they were doing, and the thing gets overturned and it gets sent back, and now the family has to sit through a second trial and go through all the trauma again. Or, God forbid, you know, the family's not getting justice because they got the wrong guy.
Yeah.
That's not justice.
Right.
The justice is when we get the right person who committed the crime. That's justice. You know, anything short of that, it's not justice, not for the families, not for the innocent person that's getting convicted. So, you know, the role of a defense attorney has been kind of like, in like all the true crime content that we consume and have been consuming throughout our entire lives, if you sit and think about it, like, real hard, everything is from the state's perspective. You're seeing the prosecutors and you're seeing the cops, the detectives who solve the case. That's what our content is. And then occasionally they'll throw in a defense lawyer. They'll typically cast him in a shitty light, you know, and they'll say, okay, well, that's what that guy did, you know? So it's like I'm trying to flip the script in the sense that, let's hear both sides of the story, because that's what makes the judicial system work, is both sides. It can't only work with one side of it. And you need good lawyers on both sides in order to get the victims justice, because that's the only way it can happen. Like, you have to ensure that you got the right person, and you got to ensure that the process was fair. You know, no matter how much we may hate a defendant, we need a fair trial, because that's the only way we can know that we got the right guy. You know what I mean? If it comes back and you can't trust that trial, you're going to sit there wondering, because it's like, it goes back to what I was saying before I jumped off. It's like, we don't know. I don't know as a defense attorney whether or not it, like, how it went down. I wasn't there, and either was the prosecutor, and neither were the cops. Like, only the people that were involved in the crime know what happened.
And that's what's so frustrating, because, like, one of them is on trial in October and, you know, won't speak, and the other one is, you know, on trial now and won't speak, and, like, they're the only people that can tell us any version of truth of, you know, what happened, and, you know, we get nothing.
Did you do a poll on who thinks Melly's going to testify?
Oh, I can do a poll on that.
Yeah, do.
I don't think he will.
There's no fucking way.
No way.
If I was his lawyer, I'd be like, dude, there is no way.
No way.
You're getting on the stand. Because if we thought Murdoch gave it all up, whew, that kid on the stand.
I didn't think Murdoch was going to testify either. But then I was like, well, that makes sense, because he's so, like, he believes he can control the narrative, you know.
Well, exactly. Like, I was the opposite. I thought that, like, this guy is a massive narcissist, and he's like his superpower, like, in his mind, is that he can get anybody to believe anything, because that's what he does. He's a compulsive liar, and he's really, really good at it. Yeah. You know, I mean, like, he sat there and seemed as genuine as all get out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you sit there, he's got that homespun sense to him, and and it's like it's like, but everything that's coming out of his mouth is bullshit because of what they proved earlier.
Yeah.
I'm like, from me being a lawyer, like the most hideous thing that you can do is fucking steal your client's money. Like what a piece of shit. It's like I wanted that guy to go to life, like life in prison for that alone, because it's like the biggest ethical breach that you can ever do. What is it? Oh, you made me a snack. Oh, thanks. Allison brought me
more food.
I mean, she brought me a cinnamon roll, which I don't even eat because I'm trying to be healthy. So yeah, like to me, it's like there's no way you can put him on. Like he's never going to be.
I don't think so either. And especially, he's gone this long without, having to speak to anybody, or like he's avoided, police and stuff like that for this long. It would be stupid to there now.
It would be insane. It would be insane. It would be like suicide. There's nothing. Thanks, Lynn. Lynn says cinnamon is very good for you.
Oh, there you go. See, healthy.
Yeah. I love Lynn. Lynn is also, she's a 13th juror, but she's also a beau over with Jay. Shaman Jay. She does both. She's great.
Yeah, we have a lot of our people that'll.
You have a lot of crossover folks, big time, and I love all of them.
Yeah,
like everybody's like in both your guys' groups are phenomenal.
Yeah,
like amazing people. So did anybody have like any specific legal questions? Like, because what I love to do, which is I like to try to explain the process, because I realized like early on, hey, what's up, Kaylin? In my in my law career, like I would walk in court with my client and say that they were a first-time offender, right? And they're like young, or God forbid, it's like a 50-year-old woman who got a DUI, had been out drinking with her girlfriends, got a little tipsy, but not so much that she didn't think she could drive, and like took the chance and then got nailed because she's unlucky and like has never been in the legal process. And then, we'd go in, we'd step in front of the court, I'd say all my shit, and she'd be like, we'd step out in the hall and she'd say, man, I literally didn't understand one word of like what the judge said. I didn't understand what any of the terminology meant. And like at that point, it finally like popped into my mind. I'm like, man, people that are lay people really don't get like what the fuck is going on in there. It's like they get bits and pieces, and it's like, so when I started my pod, one of the things, and I do this thing, which I'm sure you've heard it, it's like, it's your favorite time, it's my favorite time. And I try to do it in a fun way, but so that it's like educational. Yeah. But like, because we all love true crime and we all love true crime content. And if I can make it to where you're watching something and you're like, oh, that fucking guy Bob said, like, now I understand what they're doing. Like now I understand what emotions express is. Not like it. Like this thing that I've got going on Twitter with the whole Idaho 4 thing is like driving me insane. I'm like at war with this Jennifer Coffindaffer who, like, again, she's got her lane, right? And I've got my lane, and like I know the judicial process, and she's law enforcement. Stay in your lane, because you don't know jack shit about what we do as lawyers and the process and trying a case. It's not your shit. And because I don't try to pretend like I know what it's like to be a Fed or run an investigation, because I didn't do that. Yeah. I don't pretend to do that. So it's like everybody's diving into that case and everybody's parsing every word of every document that comes out. And it's like people are losing their minds over like this discovery shit. I'm like, man, this happens in every trial, in every case, in every county in the country. This is not something that so when people are like, oh, they're withholding, I'm like, man, no, man, this like the state will do an evidence or a discovery drop on us, and we go through it. They'll give us a list and they'll say, okay, there's 700 documents, there's 400 videos, this is what they are. And then we start going through them. And then occasionally, because you deal with human beings, there will be audio that didn't work, that when they tried to burn it or they tried to put it on a flash drive, it's not there. And we'll be like, yo, we sent you, or you said that we were like EV, whatever was supposed to be this, and there's nothing on it. And they'll say, all right, we'll burn you another copy. So it's like, there's some of that going on, but there's also things where the state, which happens all the time, where they're going to argue that it's not relevant, that it doesn't fall under the discovery rules, that they don't have to tender that. Like that kind of legal jousting just happens in every case. I mean, look, the state is not happy to turn over exculpatory evidence if they have it. It's not something that they're thrilled about doing because it hurts their case potentially, you know? So it's like, you're going to have these battles, and like, there's not necessarily anything nefarious going on with this shit. Like, I've been spending 2 days about these discovery things, and like people read it and they take it like there was, and I know we're getting off on Melly, but it's like, it's all interconnected because it's all true crime. You know what I mean? But it's like, somebody's saying something about a discovery request where they're asking for an audio that they said existed, that the Moscow police had interviewed somebody telephonically. The defense said, okay, well, we got it. And it wasn't that. It was the feds interviewing somebody in person. And the state said, oh, well, we talked to that person, or we talked to Moscow, and they didn't do that interview. It turned out it was this special agent Shirley, and he didn't record it. So that's where the state left it. So now everybody has turned that into that it was a conversation with the defendant. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. I'm like, do you know how many people they interview? You have no idea what interview they're talking about, but I can guarantee you it's not the defendant. If it was the defendant, Ann Taylor, who's the lawyer for the defendant in that case, would be losing her shit. If her guy had made a recorded statement and now they're saying they lost it, she would have put them on blast for the world to see. That's how I know that and Garcia, we must have they interviewed everybody under the sun. They're investigating a case, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things, like, I don't know, but whatever. I digress. What else do y'all got?
How much does Melly's trial affect Portland's trial?
Now that's an interesting question. It could be massively, you know, I mean, like, because if they determine that he is, because what is Borland charged with exactly? Do you know?
Yeah, he's got murder in the first degree and accessory after the fact.
Right. So, I mean, clearly they're saying that they each did one of the guys, right?
Well, they believe according to their stuff about why they let him on home arrest or house arrest or whatever, they don't believe that he pulled the trigger, but he's charged for now with murder as well, because he's complicit is what
well, yeah, that's what it is. Like, if I am with somebody, like in a conspiracy, so to speak,
yeah,
and I am not the trigger man, but like I was the driver or I was the lookout, I am just as guilty of murder as the person who pulled the trigger.
Right.
So, like, ultimately, if he's found guilty, Portland's fucked. Like that's how it's going to affect his trial. Like there's not going to be any way that he's going to be able to back out of it. Like, I mean, he would be like, I mean, there have to be conversations going on, you know, like this is the whole snitches get stitches shit is going on right now between Portland's attorney and himself. And then on whether or not he's going to like that must've been like a massive, like I'm not going to flip on him. That's my fucking boy. And I'm not doing it, you know, and we have to hold the line. Like we can't, like, you know, and like, imagine how tempting that is. Like if you're sitting there, like getting like, if Borland has any way to watch this trial, like where would you be mentally? I'd be like, holy shit, man.
Yeah.
This fucking guy's my boy's going down. Like I'd almost be like, all right, well, I'm about to try to save my own ass, and I'm gonna turn state's evidence. Like I'm gonna I'll come testify as to what, you know.
See, and I've wondered about that because, you know, he doesn't face death penalty, but, you know, he could get life, and, you know, but he's still you know, like, he's very active on Twitter, which is surprising because his attorney is probably very against that, but he
I'd be shut your shit down.
Yeah.
I don't want you to say a word.
But he does not. He responds to everything that people say, and he's like he's on there. But I've been thinking about that too, because it's obviously anytime they split two co-defendants, you always see them like throw each other under the bus. Like Lori Vallow threw Chad Daybell into there, and Chad's going to throw Lori, and it's just it's
right.
what we see. So I anticipate defense throwing him under the bus, but if he if Melly is convicted, then that does make me curious as to how
Well, I mean, at that point, like, he's not going to have any option other than to plead or go to trial. And I think if he's convicted, if they make him somebody like he's not going to have any leverage. I mean, that's the thing. Like, in terms of having leverage. Oh, people are saying Portland does watch trial. I don't fucking know Portland. How would I know what Portland does? People are like, really? I don't hang out with Portland. So why would I?
Just because he's posting stuff on Twitter all the time.
Oh, I don't follow his Twitter feed either. I got my own shit going on. I don't have time for Portland.
I talk about it on the stream some, but you're always doing your fancy TV job.
Yeah, it's like I got a million pokers and a million fires. So it's like, yeah. So thanks, Daily Tabs. I did not know that. But now I know that. But I would have been stunned if he wasn't. Like, yeah. That would be absolute appointment television for me if my co-defendant, for all intents and purposes, is on trial. It's exactly like people were saying with like Lori and Chad. Like, you knew his lawyer was going to, like, Chad wasn't going to be in there, obviously, but his lawyer was every single day.
Yeah.
And like, I knew Lori was never going to flip on him, but I think he's going to flip on her if he doesn't plead out. It's his only, like, they have a much stronger case against him than they did against her because they have him. They've got him pinged in areas where shit was going down, whereas they didn't have her in those situations. You know what I mean? It was like hers is a very different trial revolving around the exact same crimes. They're just two completely different things. So maybe Portland is watching Brandi. If he's smart, he is.
Yeah.
Portland should listen to Defense Diaries. That fucking guy would be off Twitter if he was. He'd be smart. Be like, oh, listen to this guy.
I bet his attorney just cringes every time.
Oh my God. I would kill my client. I would be so pissed off.
Okay. So tell me what you think about Raven. Do you believe that she was sick?
I don't know. Like, I've been in that situation, like, where we feel like we need time. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, look, like, the state's case in chief is almost over, right? I mean, like, they're like, they wouldn't have been able to anticipate that the judge was going to give them off till Monday, though. You know what I mean? It's like, that's like, and the other thing is the judge easily could have said, you've got two other lawyers, you're going. Like,
that's what they should have done, because she has only done one cross-examination and it was a disaster.
Exactly.
And that's the one that they're bringing back. So I'm like, okay, well, this is 100% tactic because they're trying to get Collins back in here. Cell phone stuff is their main stuff. And, she did a terrible job with cross-examination. He had to try to explain it to her 6 different times. Right. She still didn't understand what it that the report she kept questioning him on is not about pinging. And no matter how many times he said it only pings if you have a call or a text or whatever, this is the engineering report. This just sees, lets you know which towers see the phone. And she was like, so then it is pinging off of this one.
Right.
Gosh, it was so frustrating. So I'm like, they're doing this because they want to bring him back. So now all of a sudden she's sick so that they can stall to get him back in so that somebody else can try, because that's my thought anyway. But. Yeah,
no, I agree. Like, frankly, I was a little bit stunned that the judge didn't force their hand and just have him go.
Yeah.
It's like when Allison got removed from Garcia, he gave us 2 weeks. And Allison was our DNA expert. Like, when he removed her from the case, it was fucking devastating. And like, she had been prepping for 6 months to cross-examine their DNA people, their medical examiner, and to direct our guy, and it's like, it's hard. I mean, we're lawyers. We're not scientists. We're not data technicians. We're not, what I mean? We hire experts for a reason. I mean, because typically the reality is experts X each other out. Like,
Right.
you know, you're going to like everyone, it's going to come out during testimony that one's a hired gun for the defense and one is an arm of the state. You know, they both are biased in the sense that one has been paid to give an opinion, and typically they're not going to get it on the stand and throw your client under the bus.
Yeah.
You know, and same with the state. They realize that the state's witnesses, you know, they know, and they never concede. Like they never, like it doesn't matter what kind of points either side makes, neither side will ever concede. So that typically causes them to lose a little bit of credibility in the eyes of the jury. They're like, oh, these fucking people are like, you know, let's say whatever they need to say because it's their job, you know. So like, I never think that expert witnesses win cases. They just, you know, I mean, you can get powerful evidence in through them, you know, and the evidence might help win, but it's not the things that they're saying necessarily.
Yeah.
Like to me, the best expert is always not somebody who's coming in and like reinventing the wheel. It's the guy who can break shit down to lay people in a way that lay people completely and totally understand what is being discussed, especially if it's complicated.
Yeah.
You know, like DNA shit is super complicated. It just is. It's like, and if you're sitting there as a juror and you're hearing about DNA for the very first time, if you're not a true crime buff, if you don't get into this shit, if you don't watch Discovery ID and, you know, SVU and all the shit that's out there, like it's all new to you, you know. So you need to have a witness who can come in there and break it down in a way that's palatable, that people can understand it, especially the jury. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that really, really matters is the jury in that room.
Yeah.
If it's not resonating with them like that, because I was like, man, like just the way, the order that the state went in terms of having this like deluge of text messages and like Elmo after Elmo after Elmo after Elmo of these chats is like, dude, this is like some mind-numbing shit.
It's hard, and it's hard to sit through, and that's why it's like, you know, when we have chat going, we'll have everybody will be talking about like, oh my god, like I can't even keep up. So I've been doing like, you know, recaps at the end of the day because I put everything together and, you know, summarize it to make it. But the thing is like you can read text all day long, but until you create the story around what's happening and like break it down and explain it, nobody's going to be able to pay attention to just reading text, especially when they're reading texts that are like written in, you know, slang, like by somebody who doesn't speak that slang,
right?
You know, and like
they're like that. They're like Moretti, you know what I mean? And he's a cop that like is around it, because he works these types of cases. Like when you're talking about just your average juror who will like, that's like a completely different language. Like they're not understanding any context of anything that's being said because it's all slang. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that kind of shit. But like beyond that, it's not your most powerful evidence.
Right.
Like, why are you ending your case in chief with shit that is like convoluted as to what's the point you're trying to get across with this?
Yeah.
Are you trying to establish that he had his phone and that it was him texting and that he was doing, you know, are you like, I don't know. I mean, like to me, if I'm the state putting that case on, I'm putting that forensic shit last. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting on the evidence that was super, super effective in showing that, look, these shots came from inside this vehicle and we know who the fuck was in this car.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's what I'm ending my case on, man. Not 15 sidebars looking in the back of lawyers' heads, like getting called back into the jury room 15 times while they argue. And you're wondering, what the fuck are they arguing about? You know, like you're sitting back there as a juror, like having no idea what's going on. Because remember, like in theory, they're not watching your stream. They're not digging in online. Right. They have no idea what this case is about. Yeah. In theory, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, you could probably be guaranteed that there's no one on that jury save, but like, I don't know what the age demographic breakdown is, but you know, unless you got like a 21-year-old on that jury, no one in that jury is going to know who the fuck Melly is. Like, I didn't know who he was until like the trial. And I'm like Googling, I'm like, who is YNW Melly? You know, I'm like, oh, he's like some shit that my daughter listens to. So I'm like,
look, I had Jacob come up and help me translate some of the text the other day when I was doing it. I was like, because, you know, my biggest thing is like, you know, there were some of that I don't know. And he's like, oh, yeah, this means this means this. Like he's, you know, because he's their age. So he knows that stuff. Right. The hardest part for me was no punctuation, because some of those long ones, it's like, wait, is this where it ends or is this where it ends? And so it's hard. But when you have somebody who's reading it so choppy and robotically, you cannot pay attention. I even said in stream the other day, I said, if I can mute him,
right,
you know, then I could comprehend it more than having to try to listen to him suffer through it. So it's just not effective. But when you put it in something like this, and see the whole thing, then it's effective.
Or if you had like gotten somebody on the stand who could read it the way it's supposed to be read, smoother, right? So like I would have crushed it. Like I grew up in Oak Park, which is a very urban area near Chicago. Like I literally like I just like I know the lexicon. I've grown up with it, even though it's changed, but a lot of it hasn't. Like a lot of they're using the same shit that we would use, like things like bet, you know, like just terms that we always used that have stuck. You know, it's like I brought back the term salty after like 20 years. Like people always laugh at that shit. And I'm like, because we used to say that all the time when I was in high school, and I was in high school all the way back in 88. And we were like, oh, why are you so salty? You know, we use that all the time. And then it died for like 20 years. And then when my son was in high school, I said, look, I want to do a sociological experiment. I'm a sociology major. So I'm like, I'm going to bring back the term salty. I haven't heard any. He's like, what does salty mean? I'm like, it means like, why are you pissed off? Like, why are you upset? And I'm like, so what I want you to do is I want you to just start using it in conversations. And I'm going to start using it when I go to the market. Like, and I'll start using it around town, and let's see how long it takes to spread. Sure as shit. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I brought it back. I don't but yeah, I mean, you're totally right. Like the context of it, like in terms of like getting the people to understand is like everything. Otherwise, it's like, what is the point?
Yeah.
You know, like then you're just hanging your hat on, okay, the jury's going to think this kid's a shithead because he called his mom a bitch. You know what I mean? It's like that. Is that all you want them to take from it? See, Caper knows what's up. I'm telling you, like I brought it back. It was dead. It was dead. It was like no one was using it until like 7-8 years ago, and then it came back. It just happened to coincide right with when I was bringing it back. It's weird. I was like tweeting it, putting up the post. I found this great picture with like an old woman with a popsicle. Like she's like, out of all the flavors in the world, why'd you choose salty? It was like, so that's yeah. So let's see what else we got. Any other good questions? Procedural type shit.
The one of the questions that somebody had asked the other day, they emailed it to me and they wanted yesterday, not the other day. It was last night. But let me read exactly what it said, because it was something about the expert they're going to bring in. Let's see.
Caper had one about having trained jury panels. Let's see. So with like, Caper, like follow up with that. What do you mean a trained jury panel? Like, are you talking about like a jury consultant, or like tell me, like if you're out there still, Caper, to like follow up with what you mean, so I could try to answer that question.
Okay, if the defense is bringing in their own, I think that's supposed to be trajectory. I'm assuming. Yeah, if the defense is bringing in their own trajectory expert, then what instructions do they give the jury about that?
I mean, it's going to go to weight. You know, I mean, that's always a weight thing. That weight meaning like you can give as a jury, you can give that evidence whatever weight you deem fit. Meaning, because they're going to get a jury instruction about expert witnesses and their opinions, right?
Yeah,
and that's what it is. Like that's all it is, and that it's up to the jury to decide which one they think is accurate. So they're definitely going to bring it in, because obviously they're saying that there's no way that those shots could have been coming from another vehicle. That it was clearly somebody standing outside the car just shooting into the car door, and obviously, like, I'm going to be trying, like, from the defense, like, that was one of those things where they were talking about doing the visit to the vehicle. I'm like, it doesn't make any sense if you're not putting it like at the scene, like where it happened.
Yeah.
And then like the defense saying, okay, well, I want to put another vehicle that we're opining was the vehicle that was doing the shooting, so that their angles can make sense. Because without that context, it's just a bunch of fucking dowel rods.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. There's just so many ways that things can happen in life in terms of arm position, somebody leaning out of the car. I mean, it's just like there is no uniform way. And again, none of us were there.
Yeah.
Let's pretend or assume that the drive-by did occur. Like, we just don't know how it went down.
Yeah.
Like drive-bys happen all kinds of ways. Sometimes they'll just roll the window down a little bit, stick the gun out of the top of the crack of the window, and they'll fire from up there. Sometimes they'll have the window all the way down. They'll be leaning out of the. I mean, it can happen all kinds of ways. There's like a million different positions you could be in. I don't think any of that evidence in terms of whether or not that is possible that those could have come from a vehicle is going to be that probative, because I just don't think that there's any way to prove it one way or the other. I mean, at the end of the day, you got a vehicle that shot up all across the passenger side of the vehicle, through the passenger door and the passenger's front door and the passenger back door. The whole side was shot up. I mean, how are they going to tell me that it's impossible that was done by a drive-by vehicle? I mean, what happens if it was like, I mean, maybe if it's an SUV, like, I mean, do they know what type of car was there? I mean, I'm assuming like that's the part where you kind of need your client to give you information about, like, well, what did the car look like that rolled up on you? Can you tell me that? What was the make and model? Like, so that we can have an idea, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and like, short of him and Portland, who else has that intel? Nobody.
Right.
So it's like, and you, like, even if he's told his attorneys, they can't testify at court. How do you get that in? Like, that's one of the biggest things that people don't understand in terms of trying to figure out as you approach trial how you're going to get certain things in. Because it's like, you guys, you see it all the time, especially now that you're streaming trials, and you get those super boring witnesses that are, what I call authentication or foundational witnesses, that is basically somebody that took the pictures. Everything they're saying is boring as shit. It takes an hour for them to sit up there. They keep going up there with the pictures, and they're asking him, do you recognize this photograph? What do you see in this photograph? Does this represent accurately the scene that day? Yes. And that's what you have to do in order to get it entered into evidence. And that's the same for every piece of evidence. Everything has to be authenticated. There has to be a foundation laid for every piece of evidence, including testimonial type shit, and like, I don't know if people know, but like, police reports are inadmissible. They're not considered a business record for the purposes of being a hearsay exception. So it's like that's why, like, if you have somebody on the stand that has made a statement to the police and they've now changed their story, that's why you'll have the lawyer for the other side saying, okay, well, you're saying something different now than you said in your police statement. Do you remember when you made that statement to the police? Well, not really, kind of. Well, would it help? So are you saying that your memory is exhausted as to that statement? Yes. Would it help refresh your recollection if I gave you this particular report? It might, and then if I go up and I give it to them, like I've had it happen in court, and if the witness has been properly prepared and they know they're changing their story, and after they read the police report, I then ask them, has your memory been refreshed, or has your recollection been refreshed? And if they say no, I'm like, fucked. Like, they're like, and if I try to say, well, you just read the report, he's like, well, I read what was on the paper, but I don't remember saying it. They're two different things, as weird as that sounds. Like, the judge will say, well, the witness said it didn't refresh his recollection, so I'm not going to allow it. Therefore, it's improper impeachment. So it's like, like those kind of things are what like lawyers are trying to figure out with every piece of evidence. Like whenever we find anything, I'm like, how are we getting it in? Like, who are we going to use to get this piece of evidence? And it's like, that's the bigger part of the puzzle that has to get figured out in terms of trial strategy. And there's just like people don't understand why it takes cases to get, 2-3 years to get to trial. And it's like, you see these cases where, like we're what, 7 months in on the Idaho 4 arrest. We're like 8 or 9 months in on the Richard Allen arrest on Delphi. And like, we haven't even sniffed like any of the motion phase. And like the motion phase with like the motions to suppress statements, motion to suppress evidence, motion to quash arrest, motion to quash warrant, all that shit still has to go on. And those things take forever to go, and like you have the discovery that's going on. And it's like the other thing that I'm always talking about on my pod is that, look, the police investigation into these cases does not stop the day that somebody gets arrested. It's the opposite. It really is just getting its like legs underneath it and getting started because they have more access to the defendant and his property than at any point in the investigation. And then they're going to everyone that the defendant has known. If it's a murder case, they're going to everyone. And that takes place during this entire pretrial period. And disclosures are sent back to the defense and say, okay, we got some more evidence came in, even though you're a year after the arrest. It happens in every case, especially when cases are being contested, because the reality is that we watch these trials, but 93% of cases are pled out, like not much goes to trial. That's just facts. Like most of the shit, the cops do the job right. The defense lawyers will take their shot. And, they'll file their motions to suppress. If the judge says, nah, it was good. It was a good search. You're done. I'm going to my client and say, okay, man, they got the case. Like it's your choice. Do you want to go to trial? But I'm just telling you, like, this isn't magic up in here. Like this is, I don't give a shit how silver tongued I am. I'm not going to be able to undo this evidence that they have on you. So you have to make the decision. Do you want to go to trial and piss the judge off, who's going to be the one who's going to sentence you, and he's going to issue some trial tax on you and tack on years? Or do you want me to try to negotiate a plea where I can shave a couple of years off? You know what I mean? And it's like, those are much more common. That is like a bulk of the practice in terms of me getting my clients. And again, I'm going back to where I say, I never ask them if they did it. What I ask them is, what are they saying that you did? What am I going to get when I get discovery? What are they saying that you did? And what evidence are they saying that they have against you? If they gave a statement. Now, if they didn't give a statement to the cops, if they were smart, if they listen to what I tell them, if it's a recurring client, which I have, and I'm always like, dude, you shut the fuck up when the cops are talking to you. You're never going to help yourself. It doesn't matter what they're saying. They're trained liars. They literally are trained to lie. That's how they extract information from people when they're interrogating them, is by lying to them, saying that we have this, we have that, we know this, we know that, you're fucked. You might as well just tell us. It's the only way we can help you. And then they get people talking, so it's like, when people get in that situation, no matter how many times I'll have told them, look, the golden rule, you shut the fuck up. That's it. It's simple.
What do you think about all of the evidence that's come in so late?
Like, it depends. Like, it happens. It does happen. Like in Vallow, like they got hammered, the disclosures were too late, and that was kind of the point of why they had the speedy trial, because like those speedy trial demands are tricky.
Yeah.
The state hates them because you're forcing their case way before they're done with their investigation and way before they've been able to prep it completely. So you're hoping to try to catch them with their pants down. However, it also puts the defense at a disadvantage as well, because they're not having the time to prepare either. You know what I mean? So like in Vallow, when they came with the late disclosures, judges like, this is outrageous.
Yeah.
Like they took the death penalty off the table. It's like the victim's families, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What just happened? Like what did you do? You know what I mean? So it's like, and the judge, like I've had it like in the middle of trial, I've gotten evidence that like just kind of appears, or like a statement will come in from a witness that they just found. And the judge will say, and I'll object to it. I'll say, we had no notice of this. They weren't on the witness list. This is obscene. They can't come in. And the judge will say, well, I'm going to give you a day. I'm going to give you the opportunity to go talk to the witness, and then I'm going to allow them to testify. You know, I mean, like the judge, if they're not acting as the fact finder, meaning if it's not a bench trial, which is where you're just having the judge decide whether or not the person's innocent or guilty, or having a jury do it. You either have a bench trial or a jury trial, right? So like if the judge is like just the judge, he's the gatekeeper of the evidence. That's his rule, or that's his job, like, is to rule on objections, decide whether or not statements can come in or they should be kept out, you know, whether evidence should come in or should be kept out. So like that's completely in the judge's purview in terms of, you know, and obviously the judge is concerned about the appellate courts, you know, down the road, like what is going to happen if I make this ruling incorrectly and I allow some evidence in that ends up turning the case for the state. You know, I mean, they always are thinking about that. And that's what their number one objective is when they're sitting up on the bench, when it's not a bench trial.
Yeah. We had a lot of people that were asking about that, and I know that, and I do know, like, you know, the investigation continues on, and like there are things that, you know, especially in this case with it being, you know, I know that they talked about being backlogged with, you know, COVID and stuff like that, but this one's been going on for so long. But I think a lot of people were shocked when they were talking about that, you know, some of this stuff was done, you know, within the last few months. So there were a bunch of people asking about that.
Right. And like, that's, I mean, it's kind of par for the course. Like in my cases, like in Garcia, which was definitely the biggest case we handled, it was a huge case. Like we were literally getting discovery in like a week before trial. Like that's what I'm saying. That the investigation does not stop until the jury comes back with a verdict. Yeah. If they, because the state is looking and they're telling their cops, they're like, man, we need this. Yeah. You need to go find us this person, or you need to go find us this piece of evidence. Keep working, because we need it. We need it for the case. So like, and it happens all the time. And it's like, in any of these cases, like the big cases that we all follow, I mean, they just have so much more access to the defendant after the arrest, because that's when they can effectuate the search warrants on devices, at their houses, at their, you know, in their vehicles. They get all that access that they did not have prior to the arrest, you know, and that's what I'm saying. And that's when they really start focusing in on the guy. Because like once they land on the guy, you know, that's all the front end evidence that they had typically from the scene. You know what I'm saying? So after they have that, then they're going and they're working backwards from that. Now that they have knowledge that this is their guy, now they're going to delve into the history of this guy and talk to everyone that this guy is known, you know, like from acquaintances to best friends to, you know, coworkers, everything. And they're going to interview all of them. You know what I'm saying? Because they're always trying to find that one piece of evidence that'll cinch the case. Because again, at the end of the day, you know, the concept that circumstantial evidence is not powerful is ridiculous. It's incredibly powerful. You know, I mean, and that's what most cases are tried on, circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence, which is like eyewitnesses, can be completely unreliable sometimes. I mean, if you're talking about a shooting case and you've got like just a innocent bystander sitting across the street that is like there when it's going down. I mean, like Brandi, if you and I are standing there when like we start hearing a gun going off, like I'm fucking ducking. Yeah. Like, I'm not standing there watching. Like, oh, like, let me see what that guy looks like. You know, fuck that, man. I'm like hiding behind a car. Yeah. You know, so it's like those witnesses can be incredibly unreliable, and you just have to kind of use your common sense with that shit. Like, well, there's no way that you got a good look at this guy because you were trying to preserve your own life. Like, that's what a normal person would do. Like, I'm ducking. Like, anytime I'm in, like, with all the gun violence in our country, any kind of, like, anytime I hear any kind of loud noise, I'm like, what? You know what I mean? I'm like, what? You know, and I'm like, oh, there was a firecracker. I'm like, oh, well, thank God. You know, but it's like, you're like, so like circumstantial evidence is incredibly powerful, you know, but it does leave holes, you know, like you're building this puzzle with circumstantial evidence, and there's going to be gaps in the puzzle. You know, there's going to be little holes, but you know, what you hope is that when you step back, you can see the full picture, even with those little holes in place, you know? So, I mean, that's always the goal for both sides, you know, because at the end of the day, a trial is one lawyer telling a story and another lawyer telling a story. And the one lawyer is hoping that the jury believes their story, and the other one's hoping that they believe their story.
Yeah.
That's where like you get cases that are close. Like, cause like Travis's case was close. Like I firmly believed that he was innocent and that he was well within his rights to do what he did.
Yeah.
And, you know, but I could see how it would have gone the other way.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it depends. Like every jury's different. Every human being's different. All of us view things through our own lenses of our own experiences in life and our own biases and all that shit. And like, it's all true. There is no, we're not robots. Like all of us look at everything differently. Two people can look at the exact same thing and describe it in completely different fashions. And that's how each of us all are. That's what makes being human awesome. Like we're all individuals. We're all different. We don't all have to think the same way. I mean, it would be a pretty boring world if we all thought the same way about everything.
Right.
You know, I'd love that you and I had a difference on like what went down in Murdoch, because you and I could have an awesome 4-hour conversation about it.
Yeah.
Be civil about it and like go back and forth on it. And like, you'd say, well, how do you explain this? And I'd say, well, this is how I explain it. How do you explain that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, but
that's what I love about this chat too, because this, like, we have been up till recently, it's been, you know, really split. It's still, you know, there's still like the holding out hope, you know, that, you know, defense is going to like show us something that's totally different. But for the most part, like this has been really split. And I love that, like, we all disagree on different things and we're all still like, we're like, okay, well, explain that to me. Like, tell me why you think that. Okay, well then, you know, I love that. I love that. I don't want an echo chamber. I want to hear
exactly,
you know, other perspectives.
There's nothing better than spirited debate, like civil spirited debate. It's like what our country was literally built on. Like when those old white dudes were sitting in that building in Philadelphia back in 1776 writing the Constitution, they were fucking arguing the entire time. Like really bad breath and like no deodorant in a really hot building, you know, just screaming and yelling at each other because they're trying to form this country. And that's like literally like that kind of discourse is what our country is all about, you know, and it's like that got lost for a few years. And like, I hope that we can get it back because it's like what makes our country great.
Yeah.
It's good to have competing opinions because that way you're getting every view looked at. You know what I'm saying? Like having one person or one stream of thought is very narrow. Like we want all, like, I want to hear all sides. Like I will never cut somebody off in terms of them having a position. And I will listen to every word they say. And then I'll say, you know what? I either agree with you. And like, I'm not somebody who like can't accept if I'm wrong about something, you know, like a lot of people have a real problem with accepting that they're wrong about something. And it's a bad look, you know, sometimes like we all don't know everything. That's just facts. We can't, you know, so like if somebody teaches me something, I'm like, thanks, man. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, like I love that. I love that kind of discourse. And it's like literally, like I said, it's what our country was built on, man. It's like, I don't know. So Kelly had asked if there is such a thing as a jury consulting business. Absolutely. There are jury consultants, but like there was also that Grisham book called Runaway Jury. Now, the way that it works, at least in Illinois, and I can only speak to Illinois and Nebraska and New York because I've tried some federal cases there. But in terms of like when we're going to pick a jury, we are not getting like you'll get a sheet of paper that gives you some pretty basic information about prospective jurors. So it'll give like, you know, their name, their date of birth, their occupation, married, kids, education level, you know, and they'll ask a few basic questions and then that's it. So, and I typically get that the morning the trial is starting. So, cause like Allison and I will get like if our jury pool is like 50 people and we have 50 people to choose from, and they put them in panels of 6. And then we go through voir dire, which is where we get to ask them questions in order to determine if there's somebody that we want to sit on the jury. You know, I'm sitting there on Facebook, like in the courtroom, trying to see like, okay, can I figure out if this person is conservative or liberal? You know, like depending on what the case is.
Yeah.
If I've got a case that involves race, you know, I'm like, okay, like I want liberal people on here. I don't want any conservatives on here because they're likely to, you know, like not be in favor of my guy, you know? So it's like, I'm trying to figure out whatever I can. Is it a mom? Like, is this a mother? Does she have young children? Is this a case that involves a young child being harmed? I don't want moms on my jury because they're going to fucking hang my guy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so you're always doing that. So like really consultants aren't able to do like what they are able to do in like Grisham books, like where they get all the information and they're able to do all these things before trial starts. Cause it's just not like that. It's like people are summoned to a jury because they are registered voters or they have a driver's license and they're sent randomly, you know, and those go out. I mean, is it impossible? I guess that somebody could be leaking that information. So it seems pretty nefarious. Okay, this is the pool that's coming in for this trial. Do all your digging. So typically, like, I mean, we're left very, very limited amount of time to try to get to know who these people are that are going to be sitting in judgment. And they're frankly the most important part of the process. Like without any question, the jury it's everything. Like it's like the voir dire when you're questioning them, and the judges have control over that. You know, like I've had judges that are like, I'm going to do most of the questioning. I'm going to limit what you are allowed to ask them to X, Y, and Z, you know, and I've had judges like have at it, you know, ask them whatever you want. If I find it's out of line, I'll shut it down. You know what I mean?
So how did the one that was scared of a mask because she saw somebody get robbed when she was a child? I would think that for a death penalty case, the like process is so like, so I don't know how, because isn't that one of the things that they go over is like, you know, previous history with any kind of,
they do. Like so, always like if it's like if I'm handling a domestic violence case, I'm always asking any jurors, not only if they were a victim of domestic violence, but did they have a parent that was abused? Did they have a sibling that was abused? Did they have a best friend or a friend that was abused? Did you have anybody in your circle that was abused that would cause you to have a problem with sitting on this case? You know, so yeah, that is absolutely would have been covered or should have been covered for certain. And if they know they're putting a cop on the stand with a mask on, like that should have been something that was brought up. Like if that's a potential trigger for somebody, like it is weird. Like
the juror told, I've never seen this in my life. The juror told the judge, you know, that she thought it was inappropriate that he didn't tell her or didn't tell them or didn't give a jury instruction or whatever, you know, like to have, so, which I mean, I get that, like that would have been something to, you know, tell them, but it was funny seeing her tell him like that she thought it was inappropriate.
Right. It was weird.
Yeah.
Like I've tried a ton of cases. I get why they were doing it, because this guy's an active cop and he's undercover and they don't want to blow his cover that he's probably been trying to establish for 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, but like they're gonna recognize his voice. You know, they sniffed out who it was. Like the people that he's like whatever unit he's on, like he was made. Like I guarantee that guy was made, and the mask only helped so much. But yeah, that was a strange circumstance. Yeah, Lynn, I agree. Every time, and Lynn had made a comment that she thinks it's amazing how the majority of people on a jury take their duty very, very seriously, and they conversations, like most people are like, oh my God, I got summoned for jury duty. I don't want to fucking do that. I got to work. I got family, blah, blah, blah. Like but like when they get in it, like when you're in it, it doesn't even matter whether it's a big case or a small case. And I had an old lawyer tell me he's like, there are no big cases or small cases. There's only small lawyers. Every case is a big case, you know, because like every case is incredibly important to that person, whether it's shoplifting or it's homicide. You know, it's like to that person, it's a big case. So, and I'm always amazed too. Like jurors really, no matter what the case is, 98% of the time they're engaged. You know, I mean, I'll get seniors that'll like doze off, and it's not because they're not interested. It's because they're fucking old.
Yeah.
I'm not that old, but I certainly doze off. Like I was like, a funny story. I was like, when I first came back to Chicago, because I was practicing out in Philly for a few years with Allison when we first hung our shingle. And I came back and I was practicing out in my father's office, and his partner did election law in Chicago, which is a very, very interesting place to do election law because it is some corrupt shit out here. So like in terms of like voting, so it was a battle for it was an election recount case where the results came back. It was close enough to where they were able to get the signatures in order to go in and demand a recount. It went to trial, and basically in the backstory behind it was that Jesse Jackson, who owns a huge amount of land out in Illinois and in Cook County specifically, in this particular office that was up for election was the people that sat on the board over taxes, property taxes. So like he wanted to get his guy in. Yeah. And the guy that he was running against was these two brothers, the Shaw brothers, that were like longtime Chicago politicians. So the Shaw brothers had been, kind of running that game for 20 years. And this young kid, Larry Rogers, comes in. So at any rate, like I'm sitting there and like my dad's partner was this guy named Mike Lavelle. He was older. He was one of those lawyers that says, man, I love the law. And, he's like, I'm going to die at this desk. That's where I'm going to die. He's like, I will die doing this because that's how much I love it. And I was like, man, not me. I was like, but good on you, man. So he had me in there, and it was a day that we were actually, I was cross-examining prison guards because we were saying that in the Cook County Jail, which is where all the pretrial detainees, people that have not been convicted and do not have felonies and who still have their voting rights, they should be allowed to vote. And we're talking about a prison there that's got 5,500 people in it. It's the it's the biggest jail in the country. Yeah. So like, and they've got a ton of people in there, and it's a very urban area. Most of the people in there are black, and like those are people that people want them voting and they want their votes to count. So like I'm sitting there. So this is going on for days. And I kept looking over, and Mike, who was sitting next to me, he's probably like late 60s at that point. He's fucking dead asleep. like in court, just snoring. And I'm like nudging him. I'm like, Mike, Mike, wake up. So I mean, it happens in court.
It can happen to me too. I'm like, I'm not even gonna lie.
Dude, if it's winter and it's like warm in that room and you're 6 hours into the day, yeah, and it's like an expert talking about some bullshit that you don't like, you're just like, you can't even help it. It's like that thing when you're driving too long and like it's late and you should be pulling over, getting a hotel room, and you're trying to fight it, and then your eyes are involuntarily closing on you. You're like, oh, and then you wake up and you're swearing. It's like that kind of shit where you can't even really control it. So, but I mean, man, for the most part, they amaze me. They really do. Like they follow the law. They take it seriously, because like we always worry about things like if we've had a long trial and say it's like a 4-week trial and you feel bad for the jury. You know that like,
especially this one, I feel bad for this one.
Oh my God. And if they're sequestered and they're like taken out of their lives and away from their families and they're stuck in a hotel room. I mean, you feel that is like the lawyers and the judge, we're all cognizant of that fact that these jurors are sacrificing their lives and their time. Lives, I mean, like their daily lives, in order to do this and to do this civic duty. And, you get that case where it's going to end on a Friday. I hate it because I always know if I've got a jury that's been sitting there for weeks, and say that we give closing arguments and the jury instructions were done by noon, that they are going to, like, my concern is always, are they going to try to rush coming to a consensus?
I said that about this one. Yeah.
Dude, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Like it's a serious concern because I'm like, you don't want that guy like, man, I am not coming back on Monday. We need to come to a decision on that. And like, if it's like a life in prison type case or a death penalty case, I mean, you just don't want them rushing, like I rarely ever worry about them being like aware and like just taking notes and being present and listening to the testimony. And like what I worry about is that kind of shit. Like, are they going to be done? Are they like beyond done? And they're just not willing to put up a fight. Cause like one of the things we always ask jurors, especially like Allison, she'll say, you know, like because like she'll typically ask it to women, and she'll say, look, you know, if we have like a breakup or like a jury breakdown of like 6 men, 6 women, or like, you know, like 8 men, 4 women, or she'll ask that question, like, are you able, if you feel a certain way, are you able to stand your ground? Are you going to cave if you've got like 4 men yelling at you saying you're wrong?
Yeah.
Like you need to change it. Like, are you going to be strong enough to hold to your convictions and stand your ground? And it's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Because back in that jury room, shit gets heated. Like,
Yeah.
it's a real thing. I mean, when people are deliberating, like just imagine like any real people, 12 people, like anybody that like aren't agreeing on things.
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing in that room. And, you know, it's like you're always having to hope that they're still following the law because, like I said, like emotion has no place in it, but we're human. You know, how do you take, like the reality is you can't take the humanity out of it as much as we hope that you can. It's just not something that's really feasible.
Well, you remember that case that I sent you? I was telling you about a couple months ago that I'm looking at. My friend that was murdered, it's her cousin or whatever that was convicted, and I think he's innocent. The jurors, like when they were talked to afterwards, there were 2 of them that were very young, and they said that they didn't think that he was guilty, but that the older people in the jury like made them like intimidated, so they voted guilty for that reason.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like that's exactly that question that Allison asks prospective jurors. Like, are you going to be able, like, just assume that you're going to get back there, and if you don't feel the way or believe what they believe happened, or if you have a different view of the case, are you going to be able to withstand the pressure? Say it's 11-1, you know, and that one person is like, I'm a holdout and I don't give a shit what you say. You're never changing my mind on this, you know, or are you just going to cave because of the pressure, which is hard. It's hard to withstand that kind of like, oh my God. I'm like, you know, cause like at some point you forget that there's a human being that is going to be sentenced based on whatever your decision is going to be.
Right.
You know, and it's like, so it's one of those things. Let's see. Life Lesson says, what does Bob think of some of the things being done recently, like the flyover? What's that? What's the flyover? Life Lessons had asked that. Life Lessons, I don't know what you mean by the flyover. Remember, I'm very old. I don't understand your mind. I'm the caveman lawyer. Let's see. I saw some of Felicia's testimony. I didn't see all of it. My favorite witness was Dude, like where he asks him, like he asked the question. He's like, well, how, like, when do you smoke? And he's like, I smoke when I smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. His boy who was like, who was it? Was that Trayvon? I can't remember who it was.
Trayvon Glass. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was like, you know, and he was asking about his weed smoking because he was upset that he didn't get to like smoke before getting to court.
Yeah. These witnesses.
Daily tabs. I don't know, man. Like that was, or gal, but I say man to everybody. I don't know if like that's what I was saying. I never ask my clients whether they did or did. Like that's TV shit. Like I don't ask. You have to tell me I'm your lawyer. Did you do it? Did you? You know. It's like that's not how it really works. It's like so. And if they have any intention on putting Melly on, there's no way that he could have told them because he can't put him on then.
Right.
Like if he told them, either he told them a lie. Like, this is what happened. It was a drive-by, and it was this type of vehicle that did it, in which case they're not going to have any way to put it on, that evidence, other than putting Melly on. Or if he told them the truth, he can't put him on either.
Yeah.
because he's still going to be suborning perjury because their whole defense is that it was a drive-by.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like they're never going to be able to put him on. Like, that's why you don't ask your client whether or not they did it.
Yeah.
You know, like the way it really works is like people don't come in and confess to shit, even to their own lawyers. It's not how it works. Everyone denies that they did anything. What happens in reality is I get the discovery in, and then I will sit down with my client, or I will do a jail visit with my client. I'll bring the discovery and I will go through it with that person. I will say, okay, this is what they have on you. And I will go, they have X, Y, and Z. And they'll say, well, is that bad? I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. You know, they've got a strong case against you. So at that point, I'm asking my client, like, we have to seriously consider potentially pleading out on this thing, because it's going to be very, very tough to overcome this evidence, short of you telling me something that rebuts what I've just shown you.
Right.
You know, do you have that? Because if you have that, I'll get my private investigator to go talk to that person, or go to this place, or whatever you need to do in terms of our investigation, we'll get it done. But if we can't rebut that, we've got a real problem. You know, so that's the reality. That's when I find out, like when I get the discovery, how strong the case is. And then I form my own opinion on whether or not I've got a real problem here in terms of litigating this case. Like those are those conversations, but those take place long after they've hired me, and like long after that initial conversation, you know, and it depends on the case. Like, I mean, have there been cases where I've said, look, man, you got to tell me what fucking went down here? You know what I mean? Like, you just have to, you know, but it's case by case. There is no pat answer for anything, because every case is different, you know?
Yeah. I have about 15 minutes until I have to leave. So get all of your questions in while we have the world famous Bob Motta.
So let's see. Sandra Oliver, the defense lawyers were all objecting and seemed like they were ganging up on the prosecutor. Is that okay? Now, typically, like where I practice, the judge will tell us ahead of time that whoever is going to cross-examine that witness, that is the only lawyer that can object. Like, you can't have everybody at the table objecting. Like, they don't, you know, so like if there was a situation where you had like 3 different lawyers standing up and objecting, I blame the judge for not reining that in.
The judge say something to them a couple times about, you know, only one of them do it.
Right.
It's Stu and David that do it the most. Raven is also there. I don't know.
Yeah, Brenda, I do have no filter unless I'm on court TV, or, you know, if I'm on TV, then I don't swear. Or on my podcast, I really don't swear that much either. But when I'm on, and I had asked Brandi like a long time ago, the first time I was on, I'm like, can I use the F-bomb? She's like, yeah, you know, I try to keep it kind of clean, but I do swear a lot. So I apologize for any of you that are sensitive to the F-bomb. But at the end of the day, them's just words. So let's see what else we got. See. So are you guys pretty excited about the fact that they made an arrest on the
yeah,
I mean, there's pretty huge, it's happening at 4.
Is that now?
It's in about 40 minutes. So you'll be off. You'll be ready, because I definitely want to watch that.
Yeah,
I definitely want to see the probable cause affidavit for that. Heather, Defense Diaries, it's on every podcast platform. Like, if they'll throw up my link trees in there, it's got everything. It's got all my socials. You guys should follow on Twitter. I swear a lot less on Twitter. And really, in my podcast, I don't swear like a sailor like I do when I'm on lives. Like, I mean, you guys are getting me like on these things. Like, if you guys want me to act fake, then watch my court TV stuff. Like, that'll be me all buttoned up in my suit. If you want to get
see up, you know, I'll take it off like while it's at break or whatever, and then on the days you're on there, I'm like, I pull up, I'm like, everybody say hey to Bob. It's Dapper Bob. We see Dapper Bob on there.
You're getting the authentic me, you know.
Yeah.
It's like here, you know, you're getting the professional me. Like, I went 20 years in court never uttering a swear word. So I'm certainly capable of it. Like, but I like when I'm able to kind of be myself, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just like, I feel like I'm with friends. So that's what you're getting, you know, but like definitely on the pod, I try to limit the foul language, but in real life, not so much. Let's see. I'm scrolling through to see if there are any more questions. I served when we were still non-unanimous. Tend to convict. Made it easy for people to dump those 2 spots of not convicting regardless. It was very frustrating. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just get a hung jury. Like, you know, and it's like, I mean, they happen and they should happen. I mean, if somebody like has not been convinced, that person should absolutely stand their ground and hold to their convictions and like whatever that may be, whether it be guilty or innocent, whatever way that they feel like, unless somebody has actually put it in a way that it lights a light bulb up, you know, bing. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. You know what I mean? I mean, sometimes it just takes, you know, a certain way of something being said. Gossip limited under the F-bomb is a personal favorite for some of us. Yes, me too. The F-bomb is my favorite word. No question.
They said that it's on now.
What?
Let's see. If it is, then I'll put it on real quick.
Oh man.
I can probably be a few minutes late.
Yeah, jump on. What do you got going on?
I just have to make it to the pharmacy to pick up my
script.
Yeah. What is it on? Let's see. WFLA.
Dang, I kept thinking it was 4:00 Central. Oh,
that Chevy Avalanche that was used during the commission of the Amber Costello crime, that Chevy Avalanche was in South Carolina. And again, with the help of our partners, we were able to seize that Chevy Avalanche pursuant to a search warrant, and we're certainly going to analyze that. In addition to that, pursuant to the arrest of the defendant last night by the Suffolk County Police Department, we obtained one of his burner phones, his last burner phones. As I said, this case is not over. It's only beginning. We're continuing to execute search warrants, and we anticipate getting more evidence. Before I turn it over to my partners, I want to thank a lot of people in the room. First and foremost, I want to thank the victims in this case. You know, it's always inspiring as a prosecutor when you get to meet the victims. And while sometimes our defendants could embody the very worst of humanity, it seems that invariably our victims embody the very best of what it means to be human. And in this case, it was no different. I've gotten to know the families, and I'm inspired by them, and I'm impressed by their patience and by their dogged persistence in not only supporting their lost sisters or mother or daughter, but also really really standing for victims everywhere. So I want to thank them all so much, and I want to let them know that we're going to continue to work this case. The next thing I want to do, I want to thank our partners. I want to thank Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison. We said it was a change. And when we talked about, not going before the media, if you see, Rodney did go before the media, but it was always in a very controlled manner, and it was always with a controlled purpose. Again, we did that because we knew we were playing before an audience of one person. And so I want to thank Rodney for his partnership. Most importantly, I want to thank Rodney for his integrity. I think in the past, the reason why these various investigations fell short was because there was a lot of outside influence, a lot of people who had nothing to do with the investigation, nothing to do with the the investigation or any of the agencies that were actually handling the investigation, they still asserted pressure on those
Hey,
investigators.
Brandi, I'm going to
Yes.
bounce.
That did not happen with our
Bye.
task force.
I
Thank
love
you,
all
Bob.
you guys. Thank you guys for hanging with us.
By our
Thank
members.
you.
I'll see you next time.
We did.
Bye-bye.
Hey, I
what
want to come on
we
when the defense is doing their
best-
case in chief.
the best investigative
Yes.
steps and what was in the
Yes.
best interest of
See ya.
the investigation. So I want to thank Rodney for that, and his whole team. I know that we have Suffolk County Homicide here, Kevin Byer. We've got Inspector Rowan, and I know that they've been around, and I know that they're here, and I know that they stand in the shoes of their past investigators, and I want to congratulate them, and I want to thank them for their partnership. I also want to thank Sheriff Errol Toulon. Everything I said about Rodney, I could say about Errol. Errol is an unbelievable partner. He was an unbelievable partner in this case. During the pendency of this case, and one of the reasons why we had to take this case down was we learned that the defendant was using these alternate identities and these alternate instruments to continue to patronize sex workers, which of course made us very nervous. But with the help of the sheriff and his database and his analysts, we were able to continually stay one step ahead of the defendant. So thank you, Sheriff Toulon. I want to thank the FBI. I know Assistant Director in Charge Michael Brodak is here. I want to thank his entire team. You know, when you have the FBI, not only do you have tremendous resources and insight, whether it's the behavioral sciences unit, whether it's CAST, whether it's CART, which is their computer unit, but you also have the ability to seize a car in South Carolina. I can't seize a car in South Carolina without the FBI. So thank you for that. And thank you for your partnership, and thank you for your willingness to work with us. I want to thank the New York State troopers. I know Major Udis is here and his team. This case is emblematic of great cooperation, but we always get that same level of cooperation from the state police, no matter what case we're working. So I want to thank them. Their investigators did great work on this job and in this case, and we couldn't have done it without them. Lastly, I want to thank Nassau County Police Commissioner Pat Ryder. I don't know if he's here. Did he make it? This case, as I said, spans 13 years, and during that time, Pat Ryder has been our neighbor to the west. When it started, I think he was a sergeant, detective sergeant, maybe uniform sergeant, but whatever. Whenever we needed something to be done, or whenever the task force needed something to be done, Pat Ryder would do it, and he would do it quietly, without much fanfare, and we know he would keep the confidentiality of our grand jury and our investigation. So I want to thank him for that. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Rodney Harrison.
Good afternoon. Today is a good day. And before I acknowledge the individuals that had a role in getting to this place, I would first and foremost like to offer my deepest condolences to the family members. To the family members of Amber Costello, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman. I can only imagine what you had to endure over the last decade regarding knowing that your killer was still loose. God bless you.
That's very kind, but I'm not a hugger, so I would be like.
So I've had the privilege of being the police commissioner nearly about 2 years now, and I have had that investigative experience in the NYPD as a detective, as the chief of detectives. And when I was going through the process of being the police commissioner, my engagement with the county executive was I was very familiar with this unfortunate homicides. And I wanted to let it be known that this was going to be our #1 priority. But I also want to make this very clear that this arrest was made by the investigators assigned to the task force. I announced during a press conference 18 months ago about a new team effort that was going to investigate the homicide, and that was going to consist of people from Ray Tierney's office, from Mike Broddock, FBI. Mike, thank you so much. State Police, Steve, appreciate your support. Dr. Earl Toulon, Jr., thank you, sir. As well as the investigators from the homicide detectives in Suffolk County. Gentlemen, thank you for all you've done, working together with us, making sure we are here today. I also want to thank my partner, Pat Ryder. Pat, good seeing you, man. And former NYPD Police Commissioner, Keyshawn Sewell, for providing resources to assist in the investigation that brought us here today. So, one of my first acts was to survey the scene. When I first got assigned as a police commissioner, me and Kevin Breyer went over to Gilgo Beach. I want to thank Kevin. You know, when I first met Kevin, he broke the whole case down and where we stood. He knew the case like the back of his hand. He worked tirelessly in this case. Kev was in charge of overseeing the task force since its creation, and you did a phenomenal job, Kev. Thank you. So there's something that I learned from a former NYPD police commissioner, James O'Neill, which is in order to fight crime or to solve investigations, you have to make sure you're working with your law enforcement partners. The blueprint in making this arrest was a whole team effort. Everybody left their egos at the door and made sure that they brought the knowledge and the resources to this investigation. Fresh eyes on this case and the resiliency of our investigators allowed us to identify Rex Heuermann. Ladies and gentlemen, Rex Heuermann is a demon that walks among us, a predator that ruined families. If not for the members of this task force, he would still be out in the streets today. However, even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do in this investigation regarding the other victims of the Gilgo Beach bodies that were discovered. I'm going to encourage anybody that still has information, call our Crime Stoppers hotline, 1-800-220-TIPS. I want to recognize and thank my Chief of Detectives, John. Thank you for your great work. Deputy Police Commissioner Anthony Carter, both of you who provided update information regarding the case and let it be known if there was any resources that they needed that you brought it to my attention.
Y'all, I have to get out of here in like
Since the discovery of the first victim,
3 minutes.
there's been a lot of scrutiny and criticism regarding how this investigation was handled. I will tell you this, the investigators were never discouraged. They continued and uncovered evidence and followed leads. They never stopped working and will continue to work tirelessly until we bring justice to all the families involved. Last but not least, I want to thank my predecessors that came before me, the work that they did. I want to thank them
Good
for
afternoon.
really laying the foundation that helped us get to here today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I got to go, y'all. I appreciate you hanging out with me today, even though we got in trouble by YouTube for our cursey words. We had a wild day. But I appreciate it. If you could, please like our little video on the way out. I hope y'all have a great weekend, and I am excited to see y'all Monday and see what else comes out. Now that we have the chart kind of all layered in, as they bring in, any more stuff during testimony, we will just add it straight into the chart and then see how it compares to everything else. So if I get any time this weekend, then I will try to clean it up a little bit. If not, then we'll work on it, cleaning it up some next week. But I have to skedaddle. So thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. We have literally the best chat around. So I appreciate y'all so much. Thanks for reporting to jury duty. I will see y'all Monday.